So, European history students, so far in our study of European history, we've talked about a lot of politics, economics, war, art, international diplomacy, and a whole bunch of religion. But here, I think it's safe to say, and now for something completely different. This is our unit on the scientific revolution. So before we get into anything related to the story of the scientific revolution, let me introduce to you a term. The word science, as we use it today, was not in common parlance until the middle of the 19th century. Prior to the middle of the 19th century, people didn't call science science. They called it natural philosophy. So you tend to come across this word a lot when you study the scientific revolution, natural philosophy, and you just need to understand that this is the word that was used for what we call science today. And it gives us a little bit of an insight into where science came from. Philosophy, as you know, is the love of wisdom. So it's about the acquisition of knowledge. Natural relates to the natural world. Now, when we hear the word natural, we may think nature, and so we may bend a little bit to the biological sciences, but it could be astronomy or physics or chemistry too, anything from the natural world. So I think this term gives us at least a little bit of insight in terms of where science came from in the Western tradition. It was this desire to learn about the world, how things work, where things come from, but instead of just abstract ideas or theological concepts, natural philosophy focused on nature. Okay. So the scientific revolution is a very different type of unit because it's not really contained in one era. The scientific revolution within the Western tradition begins in the 16th century, in the middle of the 16th century, and goes all the way to the end of the 17th century. Maybe you can even argue into the 18th century. So it covers a period of time of nearly 200 years. So this was a long period of time, and it overlaps with other eras, and from our study of European history, with other units. So while the religious wars were going on, so was the scientific revolution. And one of the things I'll be doing during this lecture is connecting advancements that were happening in science with what else was going on in history. So the scientific revolution era and our unit on the scientific revolution is different in that it covers such a large swath of time and it overlaps with other eras. That makes it different. But then there's also the title of this unit, the scientific revolution. And that word revolution is problematic as well. So when we think about what a revolution is, we think of a particular power structure being overthrown. So for example, in our own country's history, we had the American Revolution, and that's when we overthrew, or at least broke free from, the British government, and we started doing our own thing. We created a new government in its place. In European history, we'll talk about the French Revolution, we'll talk about the Russian Revolution, in which one government is toppled and usually people are killed, and a completely different government replaces it. That's a revolution. Now, when we also think about revolution, we usually think about something that happens very quickly or relatively quickly within the scope of history. So like in the case of the French Revolution or the Russian Revolution, they had new governments within really a matter of months, and certainly less than a year. So that was really quick toppling of power and a replacement with a new system. Okay, so when we talk about the scientific revolution, we need to think about to what extent was it a revolution? Okay, so the scientific revolution is more of an intellectual revolution. The revolution is how people think about the world in which they live. How do they understand nature, and how do people understand our place in nature? And there was, over the course of a couple of hundred years, a change in how people thought about these things. And there was this revolution of thought, and that revolution of thought was this. Originally, people looked upon the natural world as something that was entirely created by and controlled by God. God was in charge of everything. God made everything happen in a particular way. And so nature was subject to the whims of this celestial God, and also possibly, as some people saw it, by other spiritual forces, like the devil or various spirits. But the result of the scientific revolution, when we get to the dawn of the 18th century, we find that increasingly significant numbers of people in Europe are abandoning that way of looking at the universe and their place in it. And instead, they understand that the universe, the world, and everything is governed by laws of nature that we as human beings can discover through the process of applying the scientific method and mathematics. So the revolution of the scientific revolution is a revolution in thought. We go from looking at the world as something that God has created and God is totally in control of, to the universe is something that is governed by natural laws, which we can identify and discover through the use of mathematics and the scientific method. That's the revolution. Now, we think of revolutions as things that happen really quickly. You think of like armies of peasants storming the palace, something like that. And the scientific revolution did not happen like that. It happened over the course of many, many generations and a couple of hundred years. And so the word revolution is problematic in that way. The word revolution is also problematic in this change of thought and how people go from thinking more religiously to more secularly. What we find is that the scientific revolution was actually greatly inspired in many cases by very religious or very spiritual ways of thinking. Sometimes as students approach the scientific revolution, they look at some of these great early scientists like Galileo, like Newton, as these men who wanted to just get rid of God and get rid of religion and replace religion with secular, scientific, mathematical ways of thinking. And that is totally incorrect. This scientific revolution, insofar as it was a revolution, was not inspired by secular motives. In many cases, there were religious and spiritual motivations for why people were investigating nature. And that's important to remember. So the scientific revolution, in the end, once we get to the 1700s, the 18th century, the scientific revolution will have presented this more secular, mathematic, scientific worldview that will ultimately, in the end, be a threat to traditional religion. But it is important to remember that it was not inspired by that. Okay, so let me give you another example of how this is a revolution in thought and how we think now after the scientific revolution in contrast to how people thought before the scientific revolution. Okay, so here's an example, a specific example. You get sick. Say you've got a cold, you're in bed, you're feeling sick and nauseous, you have a fever, you can't eat, you're sick. Okay. If today in the 21st century you ask yourself, why am I sick? Chances are today you are going to default to a more secular scientific explanation for why you are sick. Maybe you were around somebody else that was sick. You contracted a virus, you got a bacteria. Even if you don't understand microbiology, like you're probably gonna assume that you caught something on the microscopic level and that is why you are sick. And that's probably gonna be your explanation for why you're sick, right? But if you went back in time 400 years and you go to the 1600s or the 1500s and you get sick, well, what's your explanation then, given what people knew and how they looked at the world? Well, probably back, if we take it back to the 1500s, probably back then, you're going to have a more spiritual explanation, a more religious explanation. Maybe you've done something wrong. Maybe you're being punished by God for some particular reason. Maybe you've contracted bad spirits. It was once thought that a sneeze was a way of getting bad spirits out of your body. So there's a specific example of how the scientific revolution changed the way people think. So the term scientific revolution is kind of a complicated one. And to make it even more complicated, there hasn't been just one scientific revolution throughout the course of history. Although when we talk about the scientific revolution within the course of Western civilization, we tend to think about this period of time in between Copernicus in the middle of the 16th century and Isaac Newton at the end of the 17th century as this time of change in the way people thought. But scientific revolutions can happen continually throughout the course of history because new scientific discoveries are made, and when these big new discoveries are made, like when Charles Darwin published his book on the origin of species, which is about evolution, or when Albert Einstein delivers his theory of relativity in the early 20th century. These major discoveries change the way we think about ourselves and the world. So it's not just one scientific revolution, it's multiple scientific revolutions. And there has been one big historian who has written an important book about how scientific revolutions happen and how they impact our thinking. So I want to talk a little bit about this particular historian here. He's an American historian. His name was Thomas Kuhn. And in the year 1962, he published a book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. I also like to include here that Thomas Kuhn's from Ohio. He was originally from Cincinnati. Okay, so Kuhn's book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Probably the most famous thing that came out of this book is a term that is still used quite widely today. That term is paradigm shift. And it's my own personal experience that phrase paradigm shift is thrown around quite frequently. Anytime somebody wants you to think differently about something, or they want the world in general to think differently about something, you'll hear this person say, "Oh, we need a paradigm shift. We need to think about this situation differently." I hear this a lot in the educational world. When somebody comes up with a new theory about how education should be conducted, they'll say, "Well, we need a paradigm shift in education." Okay, that phrase goes back to Thomas Kuhn in the early 1960s. What I want to do for you is give you the actual formula that Thomas Kuhn presented in his book for how a paradigm shift happens, because he says it relates to new scientific discoveries. Okay, so let's learn about a paradigm shift. Check this out. Look at your screen right now and check out this particular image. This is an actual image that's in Thomas Kuhn's book on the structure of scientific revolutions, and it is, as you can probably guess, a dual image. So you look at this image right away, and your brain sees something immediately, but your brain may see one of two things. Your brain may see either a bird or a rabbit. So what did you see first? Did you see a bird first, or did you see a rabbit first? And then whatever you didn't see, shift your perspective so that you can see the other thing. So no matter which you saw first, a bird or a rabbit, you saw the eye. And the eye is the eye of a bird and the eye of a rabbit, one and the same. So if you saw a rabbit first, then you're looking at the eye, and to the right of the eye is going to be the cute little nose of the rabbit, and to the left of the eye is going to be the rabbit's ears. If you saw the bird first, it's still the same eye, but to the left of the eye is the beak of the bird, and then behind the eye is just the back of the bird's head. Now, what's great is it doesn't matter what you saw first. After you take a moment to look at it a little bit, you can sort of have this aha moment, and you can see the other shape. You can see the other thing. So like when I personally saw this at first, when I first saw this image, I saw a bird. But then really quickly afterwards, I could see the rabbit too, and I could go, "Oh, that's kind of neat. It's both a bird and a rabbit. It's kind of neat." So my perception changed. What didn't change is the actual image. The image is still the same thing. And according to Thomas Kuhn, that's what happens with a paradigm shift in science. So if we could travel back in time 500 years ago to Europe, all the Europeans would say that the Earth is stationary and that the sun and the moon and the stars are all going around the stationary Earth. And if you, a time traveler from the 21st century, stood there and tried to convince them, no, actually the sun is relatively stationary, at least relative to us, it's stationary, and we're spinning on the sphere of an Earth, giving the illusion that the sun is rising and setting, but in fact it's actually staying still, and we're the ones that are moving at approximately 900 miles an hour. They would have thought you were nuts. But guess what? You're all looking at the exact same thing. Reality hasn't changed. It's the perception of reality that's changed. And that's what we get with various discoveries in the history of science. These new discoveries are made and these new discoveries are explained, and it shifts our focus. We look at things slightly differently. We have this sort of, aha moment, the same way I did when I saw the rabbit. And we can explain all scientific discoveries in this way. Okay, so in his book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, Thomas Kuhn presents us with these particular words. Now, here's how this can be helpful for you. If ever you have to write about the history of science and how new scientific discoveries help to shape our current perception of the world, you can use these terms to explain the transformation of thought at any particular point of time in history. Okay, so let me give you these terms that Thomas Kuhn identified in his book here. All right, so we start with the word paradigm. Paradigm is simply a Greek word that means pattern. And in use, the word paradigm means here's how the way we look at things here and now. So currently, as we think about the solar system, relative to the Earth, the sun is stationary and we are spinning and orbiting the sun. And that's why from our individual perspectives, it looks like the sun rises and sets. That's our paradigm. So within our paradigm, we have a particular way of investigating the world. And Thomas Kuhn calls this normal science. Normal science relates to the questions that we ask, the experiments that we do to help us understand the standard common paradigm that we all agreed to at a particular time in history. But then we get something called an anomaly. And it's the anomaly that creates the paradigm shift. There's something we cannot explain. There's something going on within our current paradigm that we just can't figure out. Why is this behaving in a particular way? Why is this thing doing something that we can't explain? And so in order to have a paradigm shift, we must first have this anomaly, this little thing that doesn't make sense or nobody can explain. And then what tends to happen is a genius comes along. And this genius can say, I can explain this anomaly. But in order to explain it, we have to present a new paradigm. In other words, we have to think about almost everything completely differently. And we can do this in such a way that the anomaly is now no longer an anomaly. It makes sense within a new paradigm. And once that happens, then you have a paradigm shift. And Thomas Kuhn talks about how this happens repeatedly throughout history. How you have a paradigm, a particular way of looking at things, and then along comes an anomaly that nobody can explain until a genius comes along and says, I can explain it, but we have to shift how we look at everything, and we have a paradigm shift, and now the anomaly is no longer an anomaly. It makes total sense. Now that may or may not make sense to you as I describe it here just in general, but as I talk about particular scientific discoveries that happened during the course of the scientific revolution, I'll refer back to Thomas Kuhn's model and put specific names to paradigm and anomaly and paradigm shift to explain specifically how this happens. But as of right now, we're just sort of in the theoretical realm of the scientific revolution. We'll get to the actual history here in just a couple minutes. So Thomas Kuhn gave us a very intellectual format for how the scientific revolution happens. Now let me give you something a little bit more silly. Something a little bit more fun, something a little bit more down to earth, a little bit less intellectual for how you can also understand the scientific revolution. I would like to tell you a joke. This joke is not funny and you are probably not going to laugh. It is not a joke that I made up, but I actually heard from my college professor. This is how he described the scientific revolution. And it is a joke about 3 monks. Now, the joke's not funny, so why am I telling it? Well, I'm telling it because it is an allegory. Each one of these 3 monks represents a particular movement or era within the greater scope of Western civilization. So as I tell the joke, see if you can discern who each of the 3 monks represents. Okay, so here is the stupid joke about the three monks. Once upon a time, there were three monks off living in a countryside monastery someplace. And one of the three monks has a question, and the question is, I wonder how many teeth a horse has. Yes, how many teeth does a horse have? And the three monks talk about this particular question that they have. How many teeth does a horse have? The first monk says, I know how we figure out the answer. Let's go and see the bishop. Yes, the bishop. He's the highest ranking clergyman in the area. He is in the cathedral. He's really smart. He's our boss. Let's go talk to the bishop. That is what the first monk said. The second monk says, no. Let's not talk to the bishop. Let's not talk to him. If this is something important that we need to know, God would have told us directly through the Bible. So let's read the Bible. Are there any passages in the Bible that would let us know how many teeth a horse has? All right, that's the second monk. And then the third monk says, you two are both crazy. Listen, why don't we just walk down the street to Old Man Johnson's farm? There's a farm down there. There's dozens of horses running around. Let's go just walk down there and ask to look at the horses. And we can open up their mouths if we can do that. And we'll start counting teeth to the best of our ability. And we'll see how many teeth each of those horses have. And if they all have the same number, that's great. That makes the answer easy. If not, if one horse has more teeth than another, then maybe we can come up with some ideas of why. Maybe did one horse have an accident or something like that? Or maybe not all horses have the same amount of teeth. So maybe we can come up with an average number of teeth that a horse has. But either way, why don't we just walk down the street and actually look at a horse? And when the third monk said that, the first and second monk look at the third monk and they kill him. All right, so that's the dumb, stupid little joke. When I've told this joke in the past, the only time kids laugh, if they laugh at all, and not many kids do, it's at the murder at the very, very end of it. But let's start here. What do each of the three monks represent? The first monk said, let's ask the authority in the Roman Catholic Church. Who does that monk represent? Well, that monk represents Europe before the Reformation. It represents a more feudal way of thinking, where you are beholden to a higher authority. This was reflected in society with the feudal system, and then it's also reflected in the Roman Catholic Church. You do what you are told to do. You follow tradition. The great theological questions have already been decided. You simply defer to authority. All right, so that's the first monk. The second monk represents the Reformation. The second monk could be simply Martin Luther. All truth is found in the Bible. So you have to be smart, you have to be educated, you have to be able to read and write, and you go to the Bible. So this empowers you as an individual. As Martin Luther said, every man is a priest, and you read the Bible and figure out the truth yourself. You don't defer to any human authority, you defer to the Word of God, the Bible. All right, that's the second monk. And then the third monk is simply the scientist. He represents the scientific revolution. He relies upon empirical investigation. He relies upon the evidence of his own senses and his ability to think rationally. So the third monk is clearly representing the scientific revolution. Now, the fun part is, at the end where the first two monks kill the third monk. And so the next great question to ask is, why do the first two monks kill the third monk? Why do you think? Well, and our funny little hypothetical joke here, possibly one of the reasons why the first two monks kill the third is because he takes God out of the equation. There's no church authority, there's no Bible, there's just, you as a human being in your own mind and your own senses. And you can figure out the world and how the world works on your own. Now again, this is just a hypothetical allegory. It's a silly little joke, but it is a nice way to understand on its most simple level what is going on during the scientific revolution. Okay, so I've given you a lot of theoretical stuff about the scientific revolution. Now let's actually get into the history here. Let's learn about how human beings actually saw their world within the context of Western civilization, and then let's learn about the specific scientists that come along and change all of that. Okay, so Thomas Kuhn used that word paradigm, framework, a way of seeing the world. And the original paradigm that we start off with is the one developed by the ancient Greeks, specifically one Greek in particular, although there were quite a few Greek scientists. But by far the one that had the biggest impact and the most lasting influence was Aristotle. Now, hopefully you remember from one of our earliest lectures that Aristotle was a pupil of Plato. Plato was very much a spiritualist, and Aristotle rejected a lot of, or many of the ways that Plato looked upon the world because he wanted to focus on earthly things. He wanted to focus on material things. So Aristotle very much a scientist. Aristotle was the son of a physician, and he himself was a physician. So he sort of has this doctor's way of looking at the world. And he wrote about a lot. He wrote about physics and the way things move, and his theories of motion were completely wrong. He wrote about plants and animals, and he also wrote about the elements. Aristotle was one of the first scientists who tried to discover the fundamental elements of the universe, our fundamental building blocks that everything else in the world is made up of. So today, you guys in your chemistry classes, you have your periodic table of the elements. And you know that those elements are the fundamental building blocks of everything else in the universe. Everything is made up out of that stuff. Aristotle identified 5 things. None of these things are on our current periodic table of the elements, but hey, wouldn't it be a lot easier to study science if there were only 5 elements? So let's get into Aristotle's head a little bit and see how he saw the world. So first of all, he said, well, there's hard stuff. There's actually, this physically hard stuff. Well, let's call all the hard stuff Earth. And then there's wet stuff. That wet stuff must be made up of water in some capacity. So there's 2 elements. There's Earth, there's water. And then there was other stuff that was neither hard or wet. There was neither earth nor water. There's stuff that blows around. That's neither earth nor water. So let's call that wind. So there's our 3rd element. And then there's fire. Fire doesn't fit in any of those categories. It seems to be its own thing. And fire is really interesting. This 4th element is really interesting because it's bright, it flickers, it's hypnotic. And when fire burns, those flames seem to defy the other laws of motion, because whereas everything else comes down to the earth, the flames rise up and go up, and that smoke, it goes up and up and up and up. It's going up to the sky. So let's look at that sky for a second. Aristotle looked at the night sky, and like all ancients, he was fascinated with the stars in the sky and what those stars might be. And he wondered what the stars were made of. And the fact that fire, when it burns, it goes up. And all those stars in the night sky, they seem to look like little fires. Aristotle thought there was an association there. The fire he saw as something trying to go home. What's up there in the beautiful night sky, those stars and those lights, including the sun and the moon, they're so perfect. They must be a more pure element. So Aristotle identifies the light from the stars and the sun and the moon as simply a 5th element. And that's exactly what he calls it, a 5th element, or quintessence. Quintessence. And there's something almost godlike about quintessence. The fact that fire is so beautiful and that the fire reaches up to the heavens when it burns, it defies gravity. It means that fire is a little bit more special of an element than earth or water. And then also when we breathe, we human beings, when we breathe, on a cold day, you see your breath go out, and your breath looks like fire too, and it goes up, it drifts up. And so we human beings, we're a little bit special too. We must have some of this godlike quintessence inside of us. So those are the 5 elements as Aristotle saw them. And as I talk about this, you're like, oh, okay, nice, that's all right. That sounds like a nice first draft for science in terms of what makes up, what the fundamental building blocks are for the entire universe. These 5 elements, but as we know, he's pretty much wrong about all of those things. But hey, a nice first draft, and hopefully it gets you into the mind of the ancients a little bit, or at least the minds of the ancient Greeks. Now, what's important to know about Aristotle in history is this. his scientific writings and his view of the universe and how everything worked became the dominant view for approximately 1,000 years. From about 300 BC or 300 before the Common Era, all the way through to the 16th century and even a little bit beyond, the writings of Aristotle were considered to be the truth. So many of the scientists that we talk about during the period of time of the scientific revolution were in fact inspired by Aristotle. Aristotle awoken in them this desire to understand the world. But once they began questioning Aristotle, scientists one by one began rejecting the Aristotelian view of the universe. So Aristotle and the Greeks as a whole, they inspired the scientific revolution, but the scientific revolution will pretty much disprove almost everything that the Greeks had to offer. Now, as we talk about the ancients, we can talk about how dumb they were compared to us because we know so much more about the way everything works now. But overwhelmingly, if you took the average American of the 21st century and shipped that person back in time to a couple thousand years ago, chances are the ancients were a lot better on average than us today at understanding this: the night sky. How well do you know the night sky? How many constellations can you identify? Can you at least find the Big Dipper? And if you can find the Big Dipper, do you know what position it's in now as opposed to the position that it's in the springtime? You probably don't know a lot about the night sky and the positions of the stars in the sky. Now, there are people out there that do. There are plenty of professional astronomers, but on average, most of us don't know. But our ancestors, absolutely all of our ancestors, it doesn't matter who you are or what your ethnicity is, you go back in time, even just a few centuries ago, let alone 2,000 years ago, all of them are astronomers. They had to be. How else would you know when winter is coming? How else would you know when it's a good time to plant, when it's a good time to harvest? All of our ancestors, your ancestors, they were astronomers. Their survival depended upon it. That, and they looked at a very different night sky. I mean, the stars were, for the most part, pretty much in the same place that they are today, but we have, over the course of the last, about 130 years, had increased difficulty even seeing the stars because we have artificial lights. We're in our homes with lights on and computer screens and television screens. We simply don't have the same connection to the night sky that even our ancestors did 150 years ago, when they could see the night sky much more clearly. Now, what all the ancients saw, including the ancient Greeks, what they saw when they looked in the night sky was stars that were, relative to each other, fixed. They all stood in the same place relative to each other. They were fixed. Most of them were, for the most part. They were fixed. Now, during the course of the night, from sundown to sunrise, they moved. They moved in the same way the sun did, from east to west. So they could find a constellation, let's say the constellation of Orion, for example, and Orion stayed fixed, but it moved throughout the course of the night. Now, that's what all stars did, except for 5. There were 5 weird stars, and the ancient Greeks gave them their own separate categories, because these 5 weird stars don't follow the same pattern and they sort of zigzag around the sky willy-nilly. They called these stars the travelers because they seem to be doing their own thing. They sort of just travel around the night sky. They're not following the same order as every other star out there. The travelers. And of course, the Greek word for traveler is planet. So it becomes a bit of a mathematical riddle. Who can explain the movement of these travelers, these planets? Can anybody come up with a model that can explain where these things like Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, where they will be next? Well, arising to the challenge in the the 2nd century, is this man, Ptolemy. He was an astronomer in, go figure, the Library of Alexandria in Egypt. Ptolemy spent years and years and years studying the night sky, charting the course of the planets, and working on developing a model that would explain the movement of these travelers and give us the ability to reasonably predict where they were going next. Now, Ptolemy, he had adopted Aristotle's paradigm of the Earth being the center of the universe. This seems to make sense because most things fall to Earth, except for that more divine quintessence and its relative fire. Those things go up, away from the Earth. But we on Earth, or rather Earth itself, is the center of the universe. So now is when I need to introduce these two very important terms related to the scientific revolution that hopefully you've heard before, but let me just highlight them again now. Geocentric relates to an Earth-centered solar system. The geocentric model is a model of the solar system in which the Earth is the center. And that's sort of the original natural way of looking at things because it certainly feels like we're stationary, and as we look at the sky, both the day sky and the night sky, it does seem like things are going around us. So that seems to be the original natural way of looking at things. But we can contrast the geocentric model of the solar system with the heliocentric model of the solar system, which is, of course, the accurate model of the solar system, which is that the sun is the center of the solar system. Now, I'm using the word solar system because we have a concept of galaxies and the universe today. They did not back at this point in time in history. For them, the solar system was it. How would they ever know that there was something beyond a solar system? This is how Ptolemy and the ancients saw their solar system / universe. We are at the center of it all, and everything, the moon, the sun, the planets, they are all going around us. And then beyond all of that is one sphere upon which stars rest. This was called the crystalline sphere, this big crystal ball on which the stars were literally rolling around like marbles. Now, if we stop here and we think this is it, this particular model doesn't actually help us in predicting the course of the planets throughout the night sky. The riddle is not solved because these travelers travel in this weird way. It doesn't look like they're traveling in any type of circular pattern, but they're rather zigzagging around the night sky. Like Venus will pop out and Venus will like go left and right then left. It doesn't make any sense. They're not really going in any type of circular pattern. But Ptolemy says, I can explain that. For Ptolemy and for most of the ancient Greeks, the most perfect shape was a circle. But the planets, they're not just traveling in one circular orbit around the Earth, but rather they're traveling on an orbit that's a circle on a circle. So if you look at this particular model here, you see the planet, which could be any planet, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Saturn, Jupiter. Those were the only ones they knew. Each planet does travel in a circular orbit around the Earth, but along that circular orbit, it is going in an epicycle. It's essentially orbiting the orbit upon which it's traveling around the Earth. Hopefully this little model here, this little diagram, shows this in a way that's more clear than I'm explaining it. But when it does this, it gives the illusion from us down here on Earth that the planet is zigzagging back and forth. But it's not. It's traveling in circles. Ptolemy developed this model of the solar system, and it is beautiful. It is an elegant model of the universe. And so let's just take a minute or two here to look at Ptolemy's model with the Earth in the center and our moon and the sun going around us along with all the planets traveling in epicycles, to see what an elegant model of the solar system this is. Here it goes. Okay, so I hope that gave you a feel for why the ancients loved Ptolemy's model. It's beautiful, it's elegant, and overwhelmingly it helped them, and we human beings as a whole, to begin to predict the movement of the planets. It was very, very helpful. Ptolemy was solving the mathematical riddle. However, as accurate as it still was not perfect. One of the planets didn't seem to be following exactly its projected path through space. In other words, there was one planet that was an anomaly, and that planet was Mars. Mars proved to be the most difficult planet to track. Now, literally, for well over 1,000 years, going into like 1,500 years, because of the deviation of Mars was so minuscule, most astronomers just blew it off. They're like, Mars should be going in a particular direction, and it's going pretty much in that direction. It's off just a smidge. They just blew it off. But Mars is the anomaly. So let's go back to Thomas Kuhn. Whoever can come along and say, I can explain Mars. I can put Mars on this perfect trajectory, this perfect path. I can explain exactly, precisely where Mars is going to go. But in order to do that, we're going to have a different model of the solar system. We're going to have a paradigm shift. Whoever does that will be a genius and will create a new paradigm. Okay, so hopefully I've set that up pretty well there. As we transition into the Common Era and the Christians take over, and we have the dominance of the Roman Catholic Church. The Church absorbed the ideas of Ptolemy and Aristotle. They worked perfectly with the scriptures. The Bible seems to suggest that the earth is the center of the universe, that the earth represents God's creation. So it was very easy to take the science of Aristotle and Ptolemy and combine it with the Bible. So that if you grew up in Europe prior to the scientific revolution, literally you would stand on the ground and know that you were the center of God's creation, that the whole universe went around you. And if you looked up into the night sky and you saw those stars are perfect, are fixed. They are God's creation. They represent eternity. They are little balls of quintessence rolling around on a crystalline sphere. And you know what's behind that crystalline sphere? Heaven, God, the angels, and your dead ancestors. They're up there right behind the stars. And how wonderfully, emotionally wonderful this must have made you feel. You are the center of creation. Your life has meaning. This feeling of self-importance, this cannot be underestimated, especially when it's combined with church doctrine. And this is what makes the scientific revolution, in part, a threat to the religious establishment, and not just the Roman Catholic Church, but to the Protestants as well. Maybe even in some cases, even more so with the Protestants. But it was also challenging for individuals to be able to sacrifice this way of looking at themselves and the universe. And it, in part, helps to explain why there was some resistance to absorbing these new models of how the universe worked. All right, so let's get into the Renaissance. The first scientists I like to talk about within the scope of modern European history lived during the era of the late Northern Renaissance and the Reformation. He's a difficult figure for me to work into the rest of the story of the scientific revolution because he was not an astronomer. Most of the people I talk about during the scientific revolution are astronomers. This man was not an astronomer. He was an occultist and a folk doctor, and his name was Paracelsus. Paracelsus was an interesting guy. As you see here, he was from Switzerland, and in this particular kind of cool portrait of him, you see he's holding a book, and his index finger is in a book. Well, that book was a notebook. And here's what Paracelsus did. Paracelsus traveled around Central Europe, going from town to town and village to village, and collecting, mostly from women, folk remedies. Now, at this particular time in history, if you got sick, if you caught a cold or something like that, the clergy of the church might tell you, this means that you've got evil spirits inside of you. What have you done? How have you been bad? Whereas at the same time, at home, your mom might give you some sort of herbal concoction to help alleviate the symptoms of whatever sickness you had. Or maybe in the town or the village, There was a particular individual who had the powers of witchcraft, and they could brew up a concoction for you. So Paracelsus was really interested in these concoctions, and so he travels around from town to town, village to village, collecting recipes, finding out what works, what doesn't. He probably spent a lot of time comparing similar recipes and doing his own experiments to see which one worked best. So hopefully you can see Paracelsus is actually collecting a lot of great information for the future of medicine. Again, this is outside the scope of the church or anything the church would find acceptable, and Paracelsus himself identified as a heretic. But no surprise here, there was a lot of interest around Paracelsus, and sometimes when the nobility of the Holy Roman Empire got sick, they summoned Paracelsus to help them, because Paracelsus had the reputation as being the man with all the magic cures. All right, so that's Paracelsus. He's a very interesting guy within the story of the scientific revolution, but Paracelsus dies within a couple of years of the first major work of the scientific revolution being published. And what's important to know is that the scientific revolution began with astronomy. Those stars, those planets, and trying to figure them all out. Interest in astronomy is what inspires the scientific revolution. Now, if you remember, earlier on I mentioned there are other scientific revolutions that happen. In the 19th century, it's going to be biology and chemistry that create another scientific revolution and really alter how we see ourselves in the universe. And then when we get to the 20th century, it's physics and quantum mechanics and general relativity that once again give us a new paradigm. But as we start off in the 1500s, in the 16th century, it's the astronomers that create a revolution. So why astronomy? Of all the sciences, why astronomy? Well, it's because in the 16th century, things were getting weird. Weird in terms of the weather and the seasons. Winter seemed to be coming earlier and earlier each year. Spring too. The seasons didn't seem to be lining up with the calendar. This is problematic because we need the calendar for religious festivals, and we also use the calendar to help us figure out when we plant, when we harvest, and there are a lot of festivals around those particular activities in a day and age where still most people are involved in agriculture. So the reason why the scientific revolution begins with astronomy is because by the time we get to the 16th century, the 1500s, it's quite clear that the calendar doesn't work, and we need a new calendar. So how do you make a new calendar? First of all, think about this. Imagine if you didn't have a calendar. Calendars are something we totally take for granted. You want to know what day it is? Most of you are going to look at your phone and try to, realize, well, okay, here's what day it is. But imagine if you didn't have a calendar and it was up to you to break down the year in terms of seasons and days and months and weeks, or however you wanted to break it down. Think about how complicated that would be. Think about how long that would take you. Now, a good question to ask is, well, what's wrong with the calendar? How did the calendar get screwed up to begin with? Well, here is why. Way back in the early days of the Roman Republic, we're talking 700 years before the birth of Jesus, these early Romans came up with a calendar, and this original calendar was 10 months long. And we actually see the remains of this early calendar in our own current calendar with the last 4 months of the year. September stood for the 7th month. October stood for the 8th month. November stood for the 9th month, and December stood for the 10th month. Sept, Oct, Novem, and Deca for the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th months of the year. But obviously, September is not the 7th month, it's the 9th month. December is not the 10th month, it's the 12th month. This is a leftover remnant from this very early Roman calendar. Now, as centuries went on, the calendar was altered and eventually became 12 months long. There was political motivation to alter the calendar as taxes were collected monthly, so there was the political motivation to add more months to the year so that taxes could be collected more frequently. But it was actually during the reign of Julius the Caesar that the calendar was perfected. So it was in the 1st century BC, or the 1st century before the Common Era, when Julius Caesar had his government create this new calendar, which was actually a combination of the Roman calendar and the Egyptian calendar, to create a universal calendar for his multicultural empire, the Roman Empire. And there was quite a bit of scholarship that went into the creation of what will be known as the Julian calendar, named after Julius Caesar. It was the first calendar in Western civilization to include a leap year. Because Julius Caesar was the emperor and he had a bit of an ego, the 7th month he has named after himself, the month of July. The following emperor of the Roman Empire was Caesar Augustus. Caesar Augustus doesn't actually alter the calendar, he just has one of the months named after him, August. Now the Julian calendar for the most part worked, and in terms of measuring the course of the year, the Earth's full orbit around the sun, it was only off, the Julian calendar was only off by 11 minutes and 14 seconds. So those 11 minutes and 14 seconds, it doesn't really matter if 1 year is off by that much time, because that much time is such a small amount of time. But that small amount of time starts to add up after centuries. Once 134 years have passed, the calendar is now off by 1 day. And by the time you get to the 16th century, the 1500s, things start to get weird. Winter starts to come early, and that's a problem. The other thing that's problematic for this Christian society is Easter. So there are 2 very important Christian holidays, both back then and still today, one of which is Christmas and the other is Easter. Christmas has a specific date. And whether you're Christian or not, you're probably familiar with the date of Christmas being December the 25th. But Easter doesn't have a precise date. When is Easter? Well, there are 3 criteria for determining when Easter is. First, there must be a vernal equinox. In other words, spring must come. Second, there must be a full moon. And then finally, the first Sunday after that full moon is when Easter is. Now, if the calendar is off and we cannot accurately say when the vernal equinox is and when spring officially begins, then we can't really say when Easter is going to be. So in the 16th century, the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, Pope Gregory XIII, he calls for the 5th Lateran Council to work on creating a new calendar, which will be named after him. So the original calendar is the Julian calendar, named after Julius Caesar. Now we're going to have the creation of a Gregorian calendar, named after Pope Gregory XIII. So astronomers that were in the employ of the Roman Catholic Church, they were hired to once again begin studying the night sky and also the day sky, because this is a solar calendar, to more accurately divide up the year, to be able to more accurately state here's when the equinoxes are going to be and here's when the solstices are going to be. And these scientists did their job very, very well, and in 1582 presented a new calendar to Pope Gregory XIII. And the new calendar went into effect in October of 1582. And this particular October was, at least in terms of the calendar, the strangest October in history, because in order to get the calendar back on track, 10 days were removed from the month of October. So the October of 1582 was only 21 days long. So it was a short October, but it got the calendar pretty much back on track. The new Gregorian calendar also kept leap years, but the leap years were on our calendar. They're a little bit different. They still happened every 4 years, which is how the Julian calendar set it up. But, all right, and here's where I'm going to get into some weird math. The leap years on our calendar happen every 4 years, except on years that are divisible, evenly divisible by the number 100, but not by the number 400. So there was no leap year in the year 1700, there was no leap year in 1800 or 1900. There will also not be a leap year in the year 2100. And these slight little tweaks help keep our calendar accurate. Okay, so how did the creation of this new calendar help start a scientific revolution? Well, you had Pope Gregory XIII, who established this Fifth Lateran Council that hired astronomers to begin looking at the night sky to create this more accurate calendar. And one of the individuals that was hired was this man, Nicholas Copernicus. Most historians mark the beginning of the scientific revolution with the work of Nicholas Copernicus, specifically his 1543 book on the revolution of the heavenly spheres. So, who was Nicholas Copernicus? Nicholas Copernicus was the son of a bishop. He grew up in Poland. Nicholas Copernicus was Polish. He attended the University of Krakow, which was a great university for astronomy back then. Krakow, the University of Krakow, still today houses the very first globe with the American continents on it. When Copernicus was in his 20s, he went down to Italy, specifically to the city of Bologna, where he became both a lawyer and a physician. He was a smart guy. But his love was really astronomy and geography. When he was in his 30s, he came back to Poland, and he had a good administrative job with a steady income, and that enabled him to do a lot of stargazing and a lot of astronomy. And he was doing this stuff mostly for fun. He also was going back and reading the work of the ancients, and he found out that there was a man in ancient Greece by the name of Aristarchus who did believe that the sun, not the earth, was the center of the solar system. And it was those ancient texts combined with Copernicus's own observations that inspired him to think about a new heliocentric model of the universe and to eventually publish a book which presents, in theory, this heliocentric model. And so this is why many historians identify Nicholas Copernicus as the beginning of the scientific revolution. He is the one who comes forth and publishes a book which identifies the sun, not the earth, as being the center of the universe. He presents the first modern heliocentric model. Now, what's interesting, if you're looking at the slide right here, is that he lived from 1473 to 1543. He dies in the year 1543, and it is on his deathbed that his book is published. So he waited until he was a very old man to publish his book, and his book is called On the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres, published in 1543. Copernicus was sensitive to the fact that the heliocentric model of the universe was not what the church supported. Now, the church had never been challenged by this at all, and certainly most people, it certainly seemed like the earth is the center of everything, and the stars and the moon and the sun are going around us. Nobody had challenged this before. And Copernicus is no Martin Luther. He doesn't want to challenge this church. He doesn't want to threaten the church. But he does feel strongly that there might be some validity at looking at the universe in this way. So we'll read a passage from this book here in just a moment. But speaking about looking at the universe, let's take a moment to understand how Copernicus would actually look at the stars in the sky. There is no telescope yet. The telescope's not coming around for, well, about 50 more years. And that's 50 more years after the death of Copernicus. So Copernicus and all of these astronomers in the 16th century, they're relying upon their naked eyes to look at the stars and map the stars in the night sky. Now, how they did this was like this. They would make maps of the night sky. And so when they looked at the night sky, when they were studying the night sky, they would create sort of an invisible grid of the night sky. And this grid would be divided by degrees and minutes. So the degrees are pretty easy to understand. It was 90 degrees from zenith to horizon, or 180 degrees from horizon to horizon. But then each one of those degrees would have within it 60 minutes. And those minutes were about the smallest space that they could divide things up into. And each one of those minutes was really, really, really small. Now, in order to make these measurements, they didn't rely just upon their naked eye, of course. They needed an instrument to measure them. And this instrument was called a quadrant. And I'll show you that in a minute. But they would map out the stars and where the stars were located, how close each star was to each other. And then, of course, what they're interested in is also the planets and where the planets are and how the planets are moving in the night sky. So here's a quadrant. And of course, you use the quadrant with the naked eye, but the quadrant, what it did was it allowed you to measure the distance between stars and where each star was located relative to the zenith and the horizon. So you could identify the exact degree and minute of each star or planet. And this is how Nicholas Copernicus enjoyed spending his evenings. Nicholas Copernicus, when he was back home in Poland after his time studying in Italy, he set up this observatory that you see in this artist rendition. He set up this observatory on top of a cathedral in Poland. And that instrument you see there on the left, this sort of two sticks hinged together, and that was his quadrant. And also in this particular image, you see underneath Copernicus's left arm a drawing that he's done of concentric circles. And this is his new model of the universe, which is, of course, only the solar system. And he believes, through his observations and what he's learned from the ancient Greeks, specifically Aristarchus, that this new heliocentric model of the universe/solar system is the more accurate model. So here it is. This particular image is from his book on the revolutions of heavenly spheres, with the sun in the middle and the earth just another planet going around the sun. So we earthlings have been demoted. We're not the center of the universe anymore, at least not according to Copernicus, but we're just another planet. Now, there are some elements of this model of the universe which are very similar to Ptolemy's model, and that is the concentric circles, the perfect circles. You have planets traveling in perfect circles around the sun, and that's similar to Ptolemy. Ptolemy believed in planets only traveling in these perfect circles, not ovals or ellipses or anything like that, but perfect circles. So Copernicus gets rid of these weird epicycles that Ptolemy had in his model. But what's interesting is, by presenting this new model of the universe, it actually doesn't predict the movement of the planets that much better than Ptolemy's. So it's a different model, but it actually doesn't do a good job, or at least it doesn't do a better job of predicting where the planets are going to go, especially that one pesky anomaly, Mars. Now, Copernicus was a dying old man when he had his book published, and he may have waited to publish because he knew that this was contradictory to standard church doctrine, that what he was presenting might not be well received. And so it's really interesting to look at with this particular book was the introduction. It's clear from the introduction of the book that Nicholas Copernicus was humbly presenting this book to the world. So it's interesting what he does. He dedicates the book to the Pope at the time, who was Pope Paul III. And in his dedication remarks to the Pope, he is very humble. So let's read what he wrote in this dedication. Copernicus says, "The learned and the unlearned alike may see that I shrink from no man's criticism. It is to your holiness, rather than to anyone else, that I have chosen to dedicate these studies of mine. In this remote corner of the earth in which I live," that would be Poland, "you, the Pope, are regarded as the most eminent by virtue of the dignity of your office, and because of your love of letters and science. You, by your influence and judgment, can readily hold the slanders from biting. Mathematics are for mathematicians, and they, if I be not wholly deceived, will hold that my labors contribute even to the well-being of the Church." So Copernicus is saying, I'm a humble person, I am open to criticism, but Pope, this book is for you. You can hold it up in judgment, and you can say, yes, this is good, it contains good information, and if you support it, then everybody will support it. Or at least everybody in the Catholic world. Hey, by the way, Poland, through throughout European history is a strongly Catholic country. Always important to remember. Okay, so how is this received? Well, the Pope loved it. He loved it. He was flattered by the dedication. He was inspired by the mathematics and this new view of the solar system, which was the entire universe to them at this point in time in history. Now, this was also strange because the Catholic Church has to reconcile this difference between the theological perspective that it makes sense based upon the Bible, that the earth is the center of the universe, and Copernicus's model based upon science and observation that the sun is the center of the universe. How does the Catholic Church reconcile all of this? Well, here's how they do it. Church doctrine doesn't change. The earth is the center of the universe. However, when it is helpful for astronomers and mathematicians to make their astronomical calculations, they may use Copernicus's heliocentric model. But they're only sort of using that heliocentric model in this convenient, pragmatic way for math and science. But in no way are priests or other clergy members to teach that this is how the universe is actually structured. So the Copernican model is only to be used in this theoretical, mathematical way. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, so this ends my presentation of Nicholas Copernicus. So what did Nicholas Copernicus do? Well, he came up with a new model of the solar system, a heliocentric model. Did it improve how well we can predict the movement of the planets? A little bit, but not really. Did he publish his heliocentric theory? Yes, and he presented it to the Pope, who appreciated it and allowed scholars in the Catholic Church to use it. And that's it. That's it. But even though Copernicus's model was only taken as theory by the Catholic Church at this point in time in history, the theory itself was a little unsettling. Human beings are not in the center of the universe. This, even only in theory, challenges this traditional notion of God creating the earth and placing us in charge of everything. It just starts to shake that up. So let's put Copernicus in the greater context of the history of science. Here is a current astrophysicist from Britain. His name is John Gribben. And Gribben wrote a book on the history of science called The Scientist. It came out, I believe, in the early 2000s. And the opening line of this book is fairly powerful. He wrote this: "If there's anything to be learned from the history of science, it is this: we humans are nothing special." And it all began with Copernicus. So here's one way at looking at the scientific revolution in the history of science. That before there was the scientific revolution, we had this idea that we were very special, created by God. We were in the center of the universe. We could look out at the stars and know that those were the heavens, literally. And behind those stars was God and our ancestors. And we're special. Our life is imbued with meaning. But then along comes Copernicus, and then along comes the other scientists. And then we find out we're just on another planet going around the sun. And then we find out that our sun is one of billions of stars in the universe. And we're nowhere near the center. In fact, there is no center. And then we find out that we're just simply products of evolution and evolutionary forces, which are themselves fairly vicious and nasty. And there's nothing that makes a human being any different from an ant in terms of how nature created us. And so one way to look at the history of science is to look at human beings, or rather to look at us, we human beings, being consistently marginalized or continually marginalized and being seen as unimportant. If there is anything to be learned from the history of science, it is this: we humans are nothing special. And it all began with Copernicus. So that's a pretty humbling way to look at the history of science. And it's a nice way of putting Copernicus into context of the whole of history. But let me give you another quote from another scientist from the late 20th century. Carl Sagan was a very popular American scientist. He was an astrophysicist at Cornell University and wrote several books back in the 70s, but he became extraordinarily popular in the year 1980 when he wrote and hosted a multi-part documentary series on PBS called Cosmos. I personally grew up watching Cosmos in the 1980s, and then even as an adult, I bought the DVD set in the early 2000s. It was great. I still enjoy watching it. But here's what Carl Sagan had to say about the history of science. We are a way for the cosmos to know itself. So, yes, we are small little creatures on a medium-sized planet going around a medium-sized star. Our star, the sun, is one of billions and billions. We're in one galaxy that's one of many galaxies. Yeah, we're not the center of anything. But you know what's great? We have the brains to figure this out. We can place ourselves in the universe. Well, doesn't that make us special? The fact that we have the brains to figure this out as human beings? So in that way, we are extraordinarily special. We are a way for the cosmos to know itself. Jupiter doesn't know it exists. Saturn doesn't know it exists. But we do. That makes us special. So there's a couple different ways of looking at Copernicus and the history of science as a whole. So let's move on to our next important scientist. His name was Tycho Brahe. He lived in the late 16th century, barely made it into the 17th century, dying in the year 1601. He was a Danish nobleman, and he was quite the character. If you have a moment here, just check out your screen, look at his mustache. He definitely has one of the most impressive mustaches in all of European history. One thing that is not on this portrait was his golden nose. Tycho Brahe, as we'll find out, lived a little bit of a wild life, and he got into a sword fight as a young man, and in the sword fight, he got the tip of his nose sliced off, and so he had a golden nose made for himself. Now, how this little nose tip was held onto his face, I don't know. But here he is, Tycho Brahe. Okay, as a scientist, he was another astronomer, and he was nobility. So he requested from the King of Denmark to have his own island off the coast of Denmark where he could build an observatory. And the King of Denmark at the time was a king that you've heard of before, King Christian IV of Denmark. He's probably one of the very few Danish kings that I talk about in all of European history. This was the same King of Denmark that provoked the Habsburgs and started phase 2 of the 30 Years' War. That's when Wallenstein and Tilly drove up through the Holy Roman Empire to attack Denmark. So same King Christian IV. So Brahe asked Christian IV for his own island, and he got it. And he built an observatory there called Uraniborg. Uraniborg doesn't exist today, but on the left-hand side of the screen, you see an artist's rendition of what it looked like. Now remember, there are still no telescopes at this point in time in history. So Brahe had a goal, and his goal was to map the night sky. He also wanted to document the movement of the planets, and he wanted to see if he could come up with a mathematical formula to explain the movement of the stars and the planets in the night sky. So in order to do this, he is going to dedicate years of his life, literally 3 decades, of collecting astronomical data. This means absolutely every single night, going up to the top of the observation deck at Uraniborg and mapping the night sky. Then, after he has decades worth of data, all this paperwork, and we can see exactly over the course of 3 decades how the stars and the planets are moving through the night sky, then he hopes to come up with, again, some sort of a mathematical formula to explain this movement. Okay, that's his goal. Okay, so let me explain a little bit more specifically how Tycho Brahe did this, and then also why, if you're looking at your screen right now, there is a strange-looking donkey on the right-hand side of the screen. So this sounds like a lot of work, doesn't it? I mean, every night going up to the top of an observation, or going up to an observation platform at the top of this castle, or this observatory, whatever you want to call it, and collecting all this data night after night after night after night. Well, it's worth knowing that Tycho Brahe didn't do this personally. He was, after all, nobility. So essentially what he did was pick young men who lived in the region over which he was lord. He taught these men some basic astronomy, or at least how you make astronomical observations, and he put them in charge of night after night after night collecting all this data and delivering this data to him, and then he would try to make sense out of it, but he wasn't actually doing his own data collection. Now, when I describe this setup to some of my science teacher friends, they laugh and say, oh, well, it's the same today. That's what graduate students do for professors. Professors will maybe set up an experiment or create the lab, but it's the grad students who do the grueling work of data collection. And of course, today, computers help out with this a lot. But that was the setup back in the late 16th century under Tycho Brahe at his observatory at Uraniborg. Okay, and now the donkey. Oh, this poor donkey. So Tycho Brahe liked to party. So while he had his appointed astronomers up at the observation deck, he enjoyed music, wine, beer, dancing, big feasts. He was nobility, so he could do all this stuff at Uraniborg. And one of the things that he would do to entertain his many guests was to get a donkey that lived at Uraniborg. And I mean, this donkey lived in the actual palace of Uraniborg. He would get it drunk, and it would stumble around, and all of his guests thought this was just a riot, this drunk donkey stumbling around. But then this poor donkey at one point in time fell down the stairs in Uraniborg, broke its legs, and so they killed it. The story of the poor donkey at Uraniborg. All right, but we're getting an insight into Tycho Brahe's personality here a little bit. And that personality comes into play in the history of science. Now, of all this data collection, 3 decades of star maps, does Brahe ever come up with a formula to explain the movement of stars in the sky or the planets, especially that pesky anomaly Mars? Well, he's struggling with this. He's struggling with this very, very much. But one day, his astronomers, they do come to him and say, boss, there's something here you might want to see. Brahe asks, what's that? And they said, well, all of a sudden, there's a new star in the sky. Brahe asks, what? New star? There can't be a new star. So at the time, the idea was that stars are fixed. Stars are permanent. Stars are eternal. Stars are never born and they never die. So how can there all of a sudden be a new star in the sky? Well, there was. And this shook up people's expectations, the accepted paradigm, but there was the data to support it. There was a particular spot in the sky where there was no star, and then all of a sudden there is a star. So Brahe gets credited with discovering the first nova. Okay, nova is the Latin word for new. So the stella nova, the new star. Now, from what I understand today, this so-called new star didn't last in the sky, the one that Brahe saw, because it was not actually a new star, but rather an old star that exploded. But they saw it, and they documented it. This was a major discovery. And like Copernicus, it challenged people to reconsider the accepted norms of what they thought about the universe and our place in it. So I've mentioned before in my lecture on the 30 Years' War the significance of the city of Prague prior to the 30 Years' War and during the reign of the Habsburg Emperor Rudolf II, who was fascinated by the occult, which is warlocks, alchemy, astrology, astronomy. All of these fascinated Emperor Rudolf II. And so during the golden age of Prague in the late 16th century, Emperor Rudolf II reached out to Tycho Brahe, inviting him to come to Prague, and Brahe responded. He came to Prague. Brahe showed up here in the year 1599 to discuss with the emperor all the things that he was doing at Uraniborg. And it was here in Prague, which was quickly becoming the center of scientific exploration, although they would never have understood it like that back then, that Brahe heard about a great mathematician, a German by the name of Johannes Kepler. So Rudolf II invited Brahe to Prague, and Brahe invited Johannes Kepler to come to Prague. The meeting between Brahe and Kepler was fortuitous. It will produce a very important work in the history of astronomy. However, for what it's worth, Brahe and Kepler had difficulty getting along. And the story of Brahe and Kepler is a story of scientific collaboration, but we also have the very human story of a clash of egos. Yes, even scientists and their scientific pursuits, their objective, empirical pursuits, even scientists are subject to silly human emotions. Johannes Kepler was German. He was originally a Lutheran, but then became a more radical Calvinist. And he was a devout Calvinist. Kepler was all about hard work, and really that's about it. There's not a lot of fun and excitement in Kepler's life. But Kepler's not a peasant out there pushing the plow like we think of with a 17th century Calvinist. He was doing math. Math, all day long. He was for a period of time a school teacher, tried to make money like that, but he was terrible as a teacher because he didn't really care about teaching. He really just cared about his own mathematical pursuits. So Kepler, as we see in this slide, will be the individual who will be able to accurately describe the movement of the planets. He will come up with 3 laws of planetary motion. And he publishes this in his work, The New Astronomy, or Astronomia Nova, published in the year 1609, 9 years after he met Brahe. This is the story of how Kepler wrote that book. So Brahe and Kepler have 2 completely different contrasting personalities. They're both in love with astronomy and mathematics, but that's sort of where the similarity ends, because you've got Brahe, who's the party boy. You've got Kepler, who's the Calvinist. And Brahe had reached out to Kepler because of their common mathematical interest, and he thinks that Kepler can help him come up with some sort of mathematical explanation for the movement of stars and the planets. But what Brahe quickly figures out is that Kepler is smarter than him. And that's always a difficult thing in the scientific community. And it's probably something that you've maybe personally experienced in a math class before. You've got this math problem, you're trying to figure it out, struggling with it, and then along comes one of your friends and solves it like that. And you just think, you jerk. I couldn't figure that out. I was really working hard on it. Well, Brahe has this experience with Kepler, and he realizes, if I hand over all of my data, 30 years worth of data, Kepler will figure it out. And Kepler, not me, he'll be the one who will go down in history as the individual who was able to develop a mathematical formula or a theory for how the stars and the planets move. So Brahe, not wanting to just hand over everything to Kepler, decided to torture Kepler a little bit socially. So you've got Brahe, who's the party boy, and you've got Kepler, who's the Calvinist, and Brahe would say, let's talk about astronomy over dinner tonight, and essentially invite Kepler to come and party with him, knowing that Kepler would be extraordinarily uncomfortable at a banquet table with Brahe where everybody's getting hammered drunk. You possibly have farm animals that are drunk stumbling around, and there's music and there's dancing and there's goodness knows what else. Brahe is torturing Kepler in this particular social situation. And Kepler, the only reason why he's there and putting up with all this is because he wants the astronomical data so that he can figure out the movement of the planets and the stars. But this didn't go on long because Brahe was an old man. Or not actually old, but dying. And it wasn't until Brahe was himself on his deathbed that he relinquished all of his data to Johannes Kepler. It's now up to Kepler to figure out how do the planets move. So Kepler, he's a Calvinist. For him, the highest truth is in the Bible. It's the Word of God. And so Kepler believes that the sun is, not the sun, the earth. The earth is the center of the universe. And everything goes around this earth, which is God's creation. Everything goes around humankind, which God has created in his own image. Kepler believed that the sun and the moon and the planets all travel in perfect circles. And so when Kepler is handed this mountain of astronomical data, his hope is that the data will support his paradigm, his Calvinist way of looking at the world. So Kepler has this expectation. The data will support my belief system. So Kepler, if you're looking at your screen right now, he actually built this model that I personally cannot explain, but it's a model of how Kepler saw the universe. Now, what I do see in there are perfect geometrical shapes, perfect geometrical shapes that are supposed to reflect the balance, the harmony, and the perfection of God's creation. And we, human beings on earth, we are in the center of God's creation. Okay, so that's what he's starting with. But then Kepler gets to work on the data. And what he finds is that the data doesn't correspond with what he believes based upon his understanding of the Bible and his religion. The data doesn't correspond with that. The data doesn't work. And Kepler tried really hard mathematically to make that data sync with this perfect, harmonious structure of the universe. And supposedly, he even banged his head against a wall out of frustration, trying to make the data fit his paradigm. But after years of not being able to come up with any type of formula or theory for how specifically the planets moved, and especially that pesky planet of Mars, Kepler does something extraordinarily brave. It essentially got to the point where he had to make a choice. What is he going to trust? Is he going to trust his belief system that he came in with? That we live in this universe where the Earth is the center of all things and everything goes in perfect circles around the Earth? Or can he just wipe the slate clean, get rid of all of his expectations, all of his prejudices, and just look at the data? So that's the choice that Kepler had to make, and he went with the latter. He's a true scientist. He went with the latter. He's going to try to just look at the data, not have any expectations for what that data is going to say about the movement of planets. Just look at the data, and then let the data be a guide for a more accurate model of the solar system. And he did it by simply studying Brahe's observations and 30 years of star charts. Johannes Kepler becomes the first human being to reveal an accurate model of the solar system. And with this accurate model of the solar system, he did what Brahe could not do. Kepler discovered 3 laws of planetary motion. And I'll get into those 3 laws of planetary motion here in a second, but this act as a scientist was a very brave act. It was actually very emotionally difficult for Kepler to do. It shook his faith in God. He had a very clear idea of how the universe was structured, and it modeled what he read in the Bible, and he read the Bible a lot. But this is what makes Kepler a great figure in the history of science. He was able to clear his mind of prejudice, of expectation, of the previous paradigm, and just look at the evidence of the data. And he discovered the truth of how the solar system works. So what did he discover? Well, first of all, he discovered that the sun, not the Earth, was the center of the solar system, and that planets do not travel in perfect circles around the sun, but rather they travel in a shape called an ellipse. An ellipse is different from a circle because a circle has a center point called a focus, but with an ellipse you have 2 foci, and one of the foci in Kepler's model is the sun. Okay, and this is the first law of planetary motion, that planets travel in an elliptical orbit around the sun. Planets do not travel in perfect circles. The second thing that he discovered was rather interesting. Planets don't necessarily travel at the same speed at the same time, but rather as planets get closer to the sun, they start to speed up. And then as they go around the sun, they start to slow down again, almost as if the sun has some sort of invisible force on the planets. And the sun pulls each planet towards it, and the planet falls toward the sun, but then goes around it and gets slingshotted back around, and then it goes out a little bit, and then it curves back in to go back towards the sun, and this repeats and repeats and repeats. So planets speed up as they approach the sun and slow down when they are further away from the sun. But what's interesting is geometrically what Kepler discovered about this movement of the planets. And it sort of helps to look at your screen here to see this. Planets are sweeping out an invisible equal amount of space in equal time. So there is a geometrical precision to this acceleration and deceleration. And that's the second law of planetary motion, as Kepler discovered. Planets sweep out equal space in equal time. The third law of planetary motion also has to do with speed, but it has to do with the speed of the planets relative to each other. So there are 5 planets that they could see with the naked eye, or and at least identify them as planets. But then Kepler says that Earth is also a planet. So we've got 6 planets that we know about at this point in time in history, and they are in order: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And Mercury is named Mercury after the Roman messenger god, a god that could run very quickly, because Mercury travels really fast. Mercury could do a full orbit in 88 days. So Mercury has a full year in the time that we here on Earth have, what, less than 3 months? Mercury moves quick. We move a little slower than Mercury. And then way out there in outer space, Jupiter and Saturn, they're just crawling along. 1 year on Saturn is nearly 30 Earth years. So this is Kepler's third law of planetary motion. Planets farther away from the sun travel at a slower speed than planets closer to the sun. These last 2 laws of planetary motion seem to suggest that the sun has some powerful force on the planets. But what is this force? Can it be measured? So Kepler came up with these 3 laws of planetary motion, but he can't answer this final question of measuring the force that the sun has on these respective planets. That will be up to a later scientist to discover. Okay, in his book, Astronomia Nova, the New Astronomy of 1609, Kepler explains a little bit about what he went through in getting rid of the old paradigm and making this new discovery. So let's read and unpack a little bit of this. Kepler wrote, "But for us, who by divine kindness were given an accurate observer, such as Tycho Brahe, for us it is fitting that we should acknowledge this divine gift and put it to use." So this is a nice way to start off. He acknowledges what Brahe did for him. Kepler knows he could not have made this discovery without Brahe's years of data collection. Kepler continues, "Henceforth, I shall lead the way toward that goal according to my own ideas." And so right here then, Kepler begins to talk about the role of Mars, because Mars is the anomaly. Mars is the one thing that nobody can explain. But let's look at what he says here. Kepler writes, "For if I had believed that we could ignore those 8 minutes of deviation in the predicted path of Mars, then I would have patched up my hypothesis accordingly." Okay, so let me pause again here. What's he saying here? So, okay, remember what a minute is. A minute is not a minute like 60 seconds, but rather a minute is 1/60th of a degree. And remember, this is how they are mapping the stars in the sky. You've got 90 degrees from zenith to horizon. So what Kepler is saying here is that he'd come up with a model that was really, really close, but it wasn't perfect. So think about this. You may have been in a science lab where you knew what the expected results were supposed to be. You look around at the other lab groups and they're coming up with what's supposed to be the right answer, but whatever data you're collecting, it's a little off. Well, have you ever fudged the numbers in that situation? That seems to be sort of the natural thing to do when you're like, we're close enough. Well, that's what Kepler's saying he didn't do, even though he was so close. But he doesn't do that. Instead, he continues to work on solving the problem of this anomaly of Mars. So he continues on. "But since it was not permissible for me to ignore those 8 minutes, those 8 minutes then pointed the road to a complete reformation of astronomy." And they did. Kepler gave us an accurate model of the solar system. All right, so now on to our next scientist, who really isn't a scientist. Francis Bacon was a science advocate. That is really how he is remembered in history. This particular man was an Englishman. He was active in the courts of Queen Elizabeth I and King James I, and being so close to the monarchy, he's really one of the first individuals who actively encourages the monarchy to invest in scientific research. The most famous quote that we can attribute to Francis Bacon is very short and sweet. Francis Bacon said, "Knowledge is power." So Francis Bacon is in the courts of Queen Elizabeth I and King James I, and as you know, this was a very important transformational time for England. They are becoming a dominant power. They're beginning the process of colonizing North America. Well, astronomy, boats, ships, armies, guns, artillery, all of these things rely upon science. The more you know about physics, astronomy, meteorology, oceanography, geography, all of these things will help England. And Francis Bacon is a strong advocate for that in the courts of Elizabeth and James. Knowledge is power. So there's not a lot that I say about Francis Bacon, but my favorite work of Francis Bacon that I like to teach is this one. It was actually published posthumously, which is why the subtitle is A Work Unfinished. But I like this book because it has pictures. So this book is called The New Atlantis, and it was published after his death in the year 1627. So The New Atlantis. So Atlantis was a mythical island that Plato talked about during the time of the ancient Greeks. It was a lost continent that may have sunk into the sea, according to the ancient Greeks. And so it's this mythical island. So Francis Bacon, very much in the tradition of Thomas More, writes about a perfect utopia. And that's what the New Atlantis is. This is Francis Bacon envisioning a world where science has enabled human beings to develop incredible technology to make their lives better. So that's the New Atlantis. Now, like I said, the great part about the New Atlantis is it's a picture book, or rather it has these diagrams to describe and to show us what this new futuristic society with all of its science and technology, what this new futuristic society will look like. And so I just think this is great because it's sort of a combination of the early 17th century and the future. You can see in these images what was important to them. Now, there's no real good, clear proportion in these particular woodcuts that were put into the book. But if you are able to look at your screen here, you see that you have a couple of men standing on top of a castle. They have both telescopes, telescopes, a new device in the early 17th century. And they also have, look at this, a microscope up there. So these guys are doing research on an observatory. And then the rest of it, throughout most of the rest of it, you see trees with very large fruit. You see a man planting something. And on the right, you see a very large chicken. And you also see these water pumps. Plumbing is being envisioned. Okay, so this is actually the top half of one image. I'm going to show you the bottom half of that same image. And this, I just think, is amazing. One of the first things that you see in this particular image are two men holding up some sort of telecommunication device that's attached with a string. In the early 17th century, Francis Bacon imagines a telephone. In the back there, you also see a man walking with a wheelbarrow, and in the wheelbarrow is a huge strawberry. That would have been a very important thing to people in the early 17th century. Improved agricultural production. So that's pretty much it. That's all I really have to say about Francis Bacon. Knowledge is power. Science can lead to new technologies which can improve humankind. Now, Bacon's ideas will be highly influential because in Britain and in France, monarchies will establish royal societies. That won't happen until the end of the 17th century, but this is what Francis Bacon wanted. Government to subsidize and support scientific research so that the country as a whole can be improved. That's also an important development that happens during the scientific revolution. And now we move on to Rene Descartes. Descartes lived around the same time as Francis Bacon. He was a little bit younger. Rene Descartes died fairly young. He was only in his mid-50s. We'll learn a little bit about his death here later on. His birth, though, is kind of interesting. He was born in a gutter. Literally, his mom was traveling by carriage when she started to feel the pangs of pregnancy, hopped out of the carriage and gave birth to little baby Rene Descartes right there in some French gutter. Rene Descartes was a philosopher and a mathematician. He's considered to be the first modern philosopher. We'll learn a little bit about why he is considered to be the first modern philosopher here in a moment. He was also a scientist and a mathematician. He was born and raised in France. He was a good Catholic. He was raised by Jesuits. He was educated by Jesuits. And Rene Descartes, if you could go back in time and meet him, would tell you that he was a very devout Catholic, which is kind of funny because the very same book that made him the first modern philosopher has also been used to criticize religion in general. And we will learn more about that in a minute. He was a mathematician, and this is probably how you know Rene Descartes. He developed the Cartesian plane. And the Cartesian plane is actually named after Rene Descartes. And this thing is actually fairly revolutionary, or it was in its time, and here's why. Well, first let me talk about how Rene Descartes first conceptualized the Cartesian plane. Rene Descartes was sitting in his room, sitting in a chair, thinking about philosophical things. This is very Rene Descartes-like. He did a lot of sitting and thinking. Anyway, he's sitting and thinking in his room one day, and all of a sudden a fly starts buzzing around the room, and he becomes fascinated with the fly. And Rene Descartes thinks to himself, you know, if you could freeze time, if you could just stop time at a particular moment and freeze that little fly in the air, that fly would be a certain distance away from the walls and the ceiling and the floor, and you could measure that distance, and you could provide mathematical coordinates for where that fly is in space and time at any particular moment. And then if you could continue to pause time at certain intervals, you could essentially map the course of the fly throughout the room. And then you could even develop a mathematical formula that could correspond with the actual physical path of the fly. And so we got to work making the Cartesian plane, which you are very familiar with, likely from your math classes, and then also working on formulas that could be represented on the Cartesian plane, which you are probably also very, very familiar with. And this was revolutionary for this time in history, because what Descartes is going for is, and I hope this makes sense, a mathematical representation of reality. Because if we can do this, the possibilities seem to be endless. If you could represent mathematically what is going on in reality and come up with formulas for things, then you can explain mathematically everything that's happening in reality, or at least a great deal of things that are happening in reality, at least in physical reality, like how things move. And so Descartes gave us the Cartesian plane. He also, for what it's worth, came up with the notation for squared, so that little 2 that you put up on for mathematical notation whenever you want to square something, like E equals mc squared. Well, Descartes came up with that little notation, that little 2 for squared. I know, exciting, huh? All right. So here is the book that made Rene Descartes the first modern philosopher. And this book is considered to be a very important book of the scientific revolution, even though it's not really a science book. It's a philosophy book, but it deals with the philosophy of something philosophers call epistemology. And epistemology is the study of how we can know things. So this book is called Meditations on First Philosophy. If you're able to look at your screen right now, you might notice that this book is written in Latin. It was published in the year 1641. This is Rene Descartes' Meditation on First Philosophy. Okay, so the title itself tells us a little bit about Descartes' objective with his philosophy book. He wants to discover, he wants to identify one thing that is absolutely true, 100%. There's no way you can disprove it. He wants that one thing. Because if he's got this one fact, he's like, this is 100% absolutely true, then you can construct all of philosophy upon that one thing. So that one thing is his first philosophy. This is why it's called Meditations on First Philosophy. And that is why he's considered to be the first modern philosopher, because he wants to lay this one fact down as a foundation for all future philosophy. And what he discovers, what he finds to be the one true fact, does influence a great deal of the philosophy that comes after him in Western civilization. Okay, So let's get to the process of finding this one true thing that cannot be disproven, according to Rene Descartes. Rene Descartes was influenced by a candle. Yes, a candle. Whenever I think of Rene Descartes, I think of him just sitting in a room, meditating, philosophizing to himself, thinking about things. By his own description in his book, this seems to be what he did a lot. And so he was looking at a candle one day, and the candle, which is made out of wax, is burning down, and it burns and it burns and it burns and it drips and it drips and it drips, until eventually the candle is gone and it's just a puddle of wax. And Rene Descartes wonders, how do I know the candle existed to begin with when all I see now is a puddle of wax? How do I know that it was once a candlestick? Can I trust my memories? So I'm going to read a little bit from Meditations on First Philosophy. I have the date here for First Philosophy as being 1639. That's when he wrote it. It was published. The first publication came out in 1641. But when he opens his book in the first chapter, what you get is doubt. Rene Descartes begins doubting everything, and he encourages you to doubt too. Question everything. Don't trust anything. Your beliefs, your values, the evidence of your senses. Call all of these things into question. Start thinking that possibly everything you believe is false. Okay, so he begins his book. Some years ago, I was struck by how many false things I had believed, and by how doubtful was the structure of beliefs that I had based on them. I realized that if I wanted to establish anything in the sciences that was stable and likely to last, I needed, just once in my life, to demolish everything completely and start again from the foundations. It looked like an enormous task. Whatever I have accepted until now as most true has come to me through my senses. But occasionally I found that they have deceived me, and it is unwise to trust completely those who have deceived us even once. So let me pause here. You'll note that I underlined my senses and have deceived me because I feel like that gets to the heart of what Descartes is going for here. Question everything, even what you're sensing right now. So right now you're probably sitting somewhere, I assume, with your device, listening to me. Take a moment to look around, see things, smell things, hear things, and start asking, how do you actually know that you're seeing what you're seeing? Could it be what you are seeing is false? Okay, let's continue with Descartes. How can I doubt that these hands or this whole body are mine? To doubt such things, I would have to liken myself to a brain-damaged madman or to brain-damaged madmen who are convinced they are kings when really they are paupers, or say they are dressed in purple when they are naked, or that they are pumpkins or made of glass. Such people are insane, and I would be thought equally mad if I modeled myself on them. So this is kind of a funny passage here. Rene Descartes openly acknowledges that what he's doing is a little bit out there. He looks at his hands, just like you can look at your hands, and he can ask himself, just like you can ask yourself, well, how do I know they're my hands? Well, I know they're attached to my body, but how do I know that this is my body? And Descartes acknowledges that thinking like this seems to be the same thing that insane people do. All right, so let me give you a word associated with this type of thinking. Skepticism. Skepticism. Skepticism is simply doubt. If a politician says something and you're like, I'm skeptical of that statement, it means that you are doubting what that individual is saying might be true, and that it could very well be false. So skepticism is doubting everything with the goal of discovering what is infallibly true. And Descartes is the master of skepticism. All right. So Descartes calls everything into doubt. He's the ultimate skeptic. He wants to find one thing that he can say this is absolutely true. Of what can we be absolutely certain? So let's do this ourselves. Wherever you're sitting or wherever you are right now, take a moment, look around. You're seeing stuff. How do you know you're seeing that stuff? You're probably feeling things. There are the sensations on your skin. You could smell things. You might be hearing things, probably my voice, but maybe other things too. Okay, you're taking in all this sensory information. How do you know the sensory information is true? Can you be 100% certain that your senses are providing you with reliable information? Another way of thinking about this: how do you know that right now you're not dreaming? So you think you're listening to a lecture for your AP European history class right now, but really you're in bed just dreaming about it. How do you not know that? Here's an even more disturbing scenario. How do you not know that the last time you were in a car, you were in a terrible automobile accident, your body was life-flighted to a hospital, and they are keeping you alive right now on all this medical machinery? You are in a coma, and your brain is just making all this up right now to give you the illusion that life has continued on as normal so that you feel okay, when in fact you're actually lying in a hospital bed right now on life support. How do you know what you are experiencing right now, what you think you're experiencing right now, is actually true? And you can take this beyond the present moment. Who you are, your identity, is based upon who you have been, your memories, your past choices. All these things have led up to create your identity of who you are now. Well, how can you trust your memories? How can you trust your past? What about the people around you? How do you know your parents are your parents? How do you know your friends are your friends? How do you not know that these things are hallucinations too? Your whole life might be a dream. Okay, so as you think about this, you're like, okay, now I understand why Rene Descartes was comparing himself to an insane person, because this is kind of trippy stuff. And this is fun stuff to think about. I'm willing to bet that a few of you have actually, had these thoughts before, and I think many human beings have, but Rene Descartes was really the first one to put them to paper and to construct a whole philosophy on this. How do we know we're not dreaming right now? How do we not know life isn't just one vivid hallucination? It's a great question, but we still don't have an answer yet. Can you be certain that you're not dreaming right now? Can you be 100% certain that you're not in a hospital right now on life support? Can you be certain that life just isn't one massive hallucination? Well, no, you can't be 100% certain. But amid all of this, Rene Descartes discovers one thing that is true and consistent. It is a fact that cannot be denied. And it is this: amid all of this skepticism, amid all of this questioning, amid all of this doubting, you cannot doubt that you are doubting. Or in other words, you cannot think that you are not thinking, because to think that you're not thinking is an act of thinking. So the one thing that is consistently true about all of this are your thoughts. You can think all of this is just a dream. You can think that your parents aren't really your parents and your friends don't really exist, or that your dog is a robot. You can call all these things into question, but you cannot think that you are not thinking, because to do so is an act of thinking. Are you following this? It's fun, isn't it? So Rene Descartes says, Eureka, I found it. This is the fundamental building block of philosophy. Who we are not our physical bodies. Who we are not our experiences. What makes up who we are? Our thoughts. Therefore, Rene Descartes famously proclaims in his Meditations on First Philosophy, which is written in Latin, he proclaims it first in Latin, Cogito ergo sum, which in English is, I think, therefore I am. And this is what makes Rene Descartes the first modern philosopher. He destroys everything except for this one basic fact upon which all future philosophy can be built upon, at least in the Western tradition, and that is this fundamental statement: I think, therefore I am. Cogito ergo sum. Hey, if you just want to have fun with the Latin here, and I don't speak Latin, but cogito, you can see the word cognition in there, thoughts. Ergo means therefore, sum means to be. Cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. If you're not thinking, you don't exist. I mean, I think about this in the terms of sleep. Like when I'm asleep, I'm unaware from the time I fall asleep to the time I wake up. The science reveals to me that my brain is still working, my body is still functioning, my heart is still beating, I'm still breathing air during that time, of course. But for the most part, I'm unconscious from the time I go to sleep to the time I wake up, with the exception of, the times I remember my dreams. I can't really say that I exist during that time. Can you? So this is Rene Descartes. And for better or worse, he has a massive influence on the rest of Western philosophy. There's a term associated with this way of thinking, this idea that who you are is your mind, and that's it, and not your body, because your body changes over the course of time. You've seen this from, your childhood to now. Sadly, my body is also changing, and not for the better as I get older. So what is true? Well, and who am I? Well, according to Rene Descartes and the dualistic view of things, I am my mind. And so Rene Descartes separates mind or thoughts from the body and the rest of the material world. And this is called dualism. What is true are your thoughts. Everything else in the material world is more fallible. It could be untrue, but it is at least its own distinct thing. So dualism, a term that comes out of Descartes' philosophy, means the separation of the mind from the body and identifying the mind and the body as two distinct separate systems. Okay, so here's Rene Descartes, good Jesuit, educated philosopher. He says he's a true Catholic, but doesn't he pretty much give us the foundations for atheism too? I mean, if you're going to call into question everything, can't you also call into question the existence of God? I mean, I can look at my pet cat right now and say, well, I can touch my pet cat, I can pet my pet cat, I can hear my pet cat go meow, but I can call the existence of my cat into question, just say, hey, my cat might be the product of a dream. Could I not also do this with God? Now, doing this in the 17th century might get you into a little bit of get you a little bit of trouble questioning the existence of God openly in a book. And Descartes did, in Meditations on First Philosophy, call into question the existence of God. How can I know God is true? So go figure. This is the book that's going to get Descartes into a little bit of trouble with the Catholic Church and actually the French government. Descartes is going to go from France to Amsterdam. And then from Amsterdam, he'll go to Sweden. We'll learn a little bit more about that in a minute here. But Descartes in his book says, no, we can prove the existence of God. There's proof for the existence of God. So how does Descartes do this? How does Descartes say the only true thing we can know are our thoughts, but then also say, well, God still exists? How does he do this? Okay, so here's Descartes' logic. Again, I'm going to talk about you here for a minute. Think about your life from day to day. For the most part, I think you wake up in the same bed every day, in the same room, same house, the same family. You get up, you open up your closet, they're the same clothes, for the most part, from day to day to day. Then you go to the same school, and you see the same kids, and you go to the same classes, and you see the same teachers. And for the most part, life has an incredible amount of consistency. Consistency. That's the key for Rene Descartes. Because we can call all things into question. Because there is no proof that our bodies exist, or the room you're in right now actually exists. Things could be different every single day. You could be in a different reality every single moment after moment after moment. Things could be changing constantly, but things don't change constantly. Everything has consistency. So Rene Descartes argues that consistency is proof of God's love for us because your senses only rarely fail you. Because, well, even though our memory will fail us pretty frequently, actually, for the most part, our memory helps us out, mostly. Because from day to day to day, there is some consistency. Things are staying the same. When they don't have to, that is proof of God's love for us. And that is how Rene Descartes argues for the existence of God. The Roman Catholic Church didn't buy it. All right, but this is why Rene Descartes is considered to be our first modern philosopher. Really briefly here, I want to give you two terms. These terms are terms that frequently pop up in AP European history books. I don't want to spend too much time with these terms, but what these two terms do is they explain two different ways of scientific thinking that are developing during the scientific revolution. Okay, the first term is inductive reasoning. The second term is deductive reasoning. Inductive reasoning is essentially beginning with observation. So, you want to know how many teeth a horse has? Go and look. Find a horse, open its mouth, count the teeth. That is inductive reasoning. You start with observation. Deductive reasoning is starting with an established fact. So, a fact: all human beings are mortal. All human beings eventually die. I am a human being, therefore someday I will also pass away. I start with a fact, and then I apply that fact. Okay, so these are two forms of reasoning. They both go hand in hand with each other. So for example, I could do inductive reasoning. I wonder, well, what color is a swan? So I go to the zoo, I find a swan, and oh, a swan is white. And I've got a fact, so I can do deductive reasoning. The next time I see a swan, it'll most likely be white, unless it's black. And then I go back to inductive reasoning. So these are simply two forms of thinking about things that developed during the scientific revolution. So we can connect Francis Bacon and pretty much all of the scientists to inductive reasoning, and then Rene Descartes with deductive reasoning. For the most part, when you think of science today and your science classes today and what you're doing in your labs today, you are doing inductive reasoning, like these two great 21st century scientists that you see on the screen right now. They are doing observations in a lab, and they are drawing conclusions from what they are finding, what they are observing. That's inductive reasoning. Okay, Rene Descartes, born in a gutter in France, educated by Jesuits, writes a book that gets him in trouble, runs away to Amsterdam because the Dutch take anybody. The last stage of his life doesn't last too long. He gets summoned by the Queen of Sweden to be her personal tutor. The Queen of Sweden is Queen Christina. She is the daughter of Gustavus Adolphus. Queen Christina calls Rene Descartes to come live with her in her palace in Stockholm. He goes up there where he is told that she likes to begin her classes very early in the morning, pre-dawn. Descartes, who has never been a healthy guy, Descartes was not a strong and brawny man. He was a weak, constitutionally frail man. He goes up to the cold climate of Sweden. He's got to get up in the morning. This is the 17th century, guys. There's no heat in this castle beyond a fireplace. Poor Rene Descartes catches pneumonia and dies in Stockholm. His was a short life. He lived only into his mid-50s, but boy, was he influential on the history of math and science, and he was, once again, the first modern philosopher, Rene Descartes. Okay, so our next individual that we need to learn about for the scientific revolution was not actually a scientist at all. He was sort of a scientific mystic, and his name was Giordano Bruno. We can simply refer to him as Bruno. Bruno was a Dominican friar. Remember that a friar is the same as a monk, but a monk who lives among the people with the goal of serving and helping the people. If you remember, Savonarola was also a Dominican friar. Okay, so Bruno, he came across and read the book De Rerum Natura, On the Nature of Things, by the ancient Roman poet Lucretius. Now, we've learned about this particular book before when we studied the Renaissance, and I've tried to highlight how significant this book was in influencing the course of the Renaissance, and it also influenced the scientific revolution. And that's really because of Bruno. So let's take a moment to remember what Lucretius's De Rerum Natura, On the Nature of Things, was all about. So it's this epic long poem, and it starts off like something close to erotica. There's the sexual impulse, which leads to creation and the animation of all things. And then it goes on to explain how all the things in the universe work. So it ends up being a work of ancient science. And this book, for those who read it during the time of the Renaissance and into the 1600s, or into the 1500s rather, it really did inspire a lot of people to look at reality differently. So Lucretius was one of the readers of this book who was greatly influenced by it. And in particular, one passage. So there's this one passage in De Rerum Natura that deals with the size of the universe. How big is the universe? And so in the book, Lucretius does this little thought experiment. in which he says, in so many words, imagine this. Imagine you have this little cherub-like angel with a bow and an arrow, a little bit like Cupid. And let's say this is a special arrow that this little cherub has got. And when it is fired off, it'll keep going forever and ever and ever. So if you fire this arrow up into the sky, how far does it go? Well, it either keeps going into eternity, or it hits something and stops. But if it hits something, if there's some cosmic wall or something out there, what is on the other side of that thing? Can there be nothingness? And Lucretius concludes there cannot be this nothingness on the other side. So if you fire this arrow out into outer space and it goes and it goes and goes and it goes and it hits something, there still must be something else on the other side. Because what would nothingness even be? So we imagine this little angel fire, or this little arrow firing angel hopping to the other side of whatever barrier there is and firing the arrow again. Lucretius concludes that the universe is boundless. It goes on for eternity. Bruno reads this and he is awestruck by it. He has this spiritual awakening from reading Lucretius. And it's pretty much like Bruno discovers his new religion. It's the religion of natural philosophy. It's the idea that science can deliver to us this view of the universe and of everything here on Earth that's accurate and that's amazing. So science can deliver something to us that's, something that's not just intellectual, but something that's spiritual too. So Bruno doesn't just read Lucretius, he reads Copernicus as well. And he looks upon the earth and out into the heavens, and he has this rapturous experience. Now, Bruno was not a scientist. He did not produce anything scientific. He didn't do any experiments. He didn't really discover anything. He does, however, write, and he does travel around all of Europe talking about the vision that he has of humanity and Earth and our place in the universe. And most of the people that he speaks to think that he's either a nut or a heretic. But here's Bruno's vision of humanity and how we are situated in the universe. This is how Bruno sees things based upon his readings of Lucretius and Copernicus. We human beings are here on Earth. Earth is not the center of the universe. It's not the center of the solar system. It's not the center of anything. The Earth is just another planet, like Mars or Venus or Saturn or Jupiter. And we are revolving at approximately 900 miles an hour, and we are traveling around the sun in a yearly orbit. Our sun is a really bright star, just like all those stars in the night sky. It's just that we're so close to the sun that it lights us up and it creates daytime for us. But it's just another star. So as we look out upon the night sky and we look at all those other stars out there, we could think those stars probably have planets going around it too. And if that's the case, and there are thousands of stars that we see, that must mean there are thousands of more planets going around the stars. And wouldn't it lend itself to reason that some of those planets might have life too? And here's where Lucretius really comes in, if the universe is endless, if the universe is boundless, if the universe goes on to eternity, well, that means that there's no center of the universe. You can't have a center for something that is boundless. So it's not like the sun is even the center of the universe. Nothing is the center of the universe. And that is what Bruno thought. He meditated upon these ideas so much that it actually made him dizzy. He thought about himself standing on the surface of a planet that's spinning around extraordinarily fast, creating the illusion that the sun is rising and setting, that the sun is not the center of the universe, that there is no center of the universe, and it actually made him dizzy. But it also filled him with wonder. And like a convert to a new religion, he wanted to profess his ideas to as many people as possible. He was Italian. He traveled all the way up to England He spoke at Oxford University. They laughed at him. They thought he was a nutcase. And when he came back to Italy, the Roman Catholic Church pronounced him to be a heretic and locked him up to face a trial with the Catholic Inquisition. Okay, so let's take a moment to pause here. Bruno was not a scientist, but in terms of what he thought about human beings and our place in the universe, to what extent was he right? Well, based upon what we know about science now, he was absolutely 100% right. The only thing he talked about that we don't have any proof of yet is the existence of life on other planets. And in fact, I actually don't know how many planets we've discovered going around other stars, but it's assumed that they're out there. We're just developing the telescopic technology to discover them. So here's Bruno. He's really just a philosopher and a mystic who abandons being a traditional Christian, to say the least, and develops this new spiritual view of the universe based upon science. And he professes it excitedly. The Catholic Church in Italy, they lock him up, they place him on trial. For what it's worth, the Inquisition does not want to condemn Bruno. They do not want to try him as a heretic. But at the same time, they can't have this guy going around professing this new vision of the universe, which completely clashes with church doctrine, which states that the earth is the center of the universe. We're made in God's creation. The stars are heavenly spheres being rolled around on this crystalline sphere, and behind it is heaven and God and all of that. We can't have this, as the Catholic Church at the time saw it, they couldn't have this heretic, this nut job going around preaching this, what he's preaching to people, because it's so contrary to this idea that we humans are special. We're in the middle of everything. We are God's creation. So how the Inquisition handled Bruno was they gave him multiple opportunities to recant. Listen, just recant, you go free. Say that what you are saying before, what you've been going around preaching, that is inaccurate. You shut up about it from here on out, and you walk free. Bruno couldn't do it. Bruno couldn't do it. He was just as much of a passionate believer in this new vision of the universe as Martin Luther was about his vision of Protestantism. So Bruno doesn't recant. But Bruno, very different from Martin Luther had somebody save him. Frederick the Wise saved Martin Luther. Bruno's got nobody. So after given multiple opportunities to recant, and then tortured, literally tortured in a dungeon, and he still doesn't recant. He's eventually charged as being a heretic, and he's sentenced to be burnt alive, which is what happens to him. This happened in downtown Rome. Today in Rome, where he was burned alive, there is now a statue of him. Bruno is significant because he wasn't a scientist, but he believed in something that, at least in the 21st century, we believe is completely accurate, all except for the space alien stuff, because we don't have any proof of that yet. But everything else is right on. So he's kind of a unique figure in that way, but he's very significant in terms of the scientific revolution because of this. Bruno refused to recant. He refused to say, the church is right, science is wrong. He refused to say that. And even after giving him multiple chances to, and torturing him to recant, he doesn't. And so the church publicly executes him by burning him alive. So now the Roman Catholic Church has made a stand. You are not allowed to profess that the Copernican system is right. The church has set a precedent. Do not advocate in favor of the Copernican system. Do not preach it, do not talk about it. Now remember, at the same time that the Roman Catholic Church is doing this publicly, they are still allowing mathematicians to use the Copernican system as a hypothetical model to predict the movement of the planets. So hopefully this makes sense. The Roman Catholic Church, complex institution, just like all big institutions, they're allowing their own scientists, their own natural philosophers, to use the Copernican system as a mathematical model. But in terms of doctrine, in terms of what they teach the people, the Copernican system is heresy. This was not a big deal until Bruno came along, and he just simply refused to recant. He refused to recant. And so the church publicly killed him in a brutal way to send a message out there, do not advocate for the Copernican system. And this is important because not but a few years after the execution of Bruno, this man comes along. This is Galileo. This man will live nearly his entire life under the shadow of what the Roman Catholic Church did to Bruno in the year 1600. So now let us learn the story of Galileo Galilei. When Bruno was burnt at the stake in the year 1600, Galileo was in his mid-30s and was the mathematics professor, the head of the mathematics department at the University of Padua. Galileo was a lifelong bachelor. However, he did have a mistress and 3 children, one of which was an extraordinarily bright girl who went on to become a nun, and she and her dad, Galileo, spent a great deal of time corresponding. She was very interested in mathematics and science, and Galileo loved her dearly and was interested in her opinions and ideas, and so many letters went back and forth between them. Now, sadly, when Galileo's daughter died, all of the other nuns in the convent took Galileo's letters to her and destroyed them because Galileo had fallen into such disrepute with the Roman Catholic Church. This is devastating for historians because all of these letters that Galileo wrote, which would have been very personal, as well as containing a lot of science, they're gone. But all of the letters that she wrote to him survive. And so if you ever want to read a great book about Galileo, there's a book that came out in the 21st century called Galileo's Daughter, written by the science writer Dava Sobel, who took all of these letters that Galileo's daughter had written him and used them as the foundation for this biography, which is really just as much of a biography about her, Galileo's daughter, as it is about Galileo. And even though all of his letters were destroyed, you can sort of get a sense of what he was saying to her because she was responding to those letters. And so it does give us a little bit of an insight into the mind of Galileo. And speaking of getting an insight into the mind of Galileo, it's important to know that Galileo is not just an important figure, not just a very important figure in terms of what he contributes to science, but also what he says about how we should think about science, or natural philosophy as it was called back then. Nobody is a stronger advocate for inductive reasoning, for the power of observation and critical thinking. Galileo is the embodiment of a revolutionary within the scientific revolution. Science is about distrusting what you've been told. Science is about questioning accepted truths. Science is about seeing for yourself and using your own powers of logic to figure out the way things work. And so Galileo says in his own words, I wanted people to understand that nature gave them eyes to see her works, but also brains to make them capable of understanding them. Galileo was already in his mid-40s, a distinguished math professor, when he heard about a new technological development up in the Netherlands. This thing was simply a tube with a lens on either end that bent light in such a way that it could make things far away appear close to the person who was looking through it. Simply from hearing about this, Galileo was fascinated, and he begins the process of making his own telescope. Okay, right there, that should tell us a little something about Galileo. You could do this. You could go to Home Depot or Lowe's or someplace right now and get the material to build your own, to make your own telescope. But that would take time, patience. You'd have to figure out how to grind the lens, get it at just the right distance away from the other lens. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of engineering, but that's what Galileo did in the early 17th century. Now, once Galileo learns how to make the telescope and he can make one on his own, he actually became a very shrewd businessman. In the city of Venice, he conducted this little exhibition of the telescope, and he had people look through the telescope out to the sea. Now, hopefully you remember that Venice is a merchant city. There's constantly ships coming and going, and people were astounded when they could see through the telescope ships on the horizon that were that they couldn't see with their naked eye. And so people would be looking through the telescope, there's a ship coming in, they don't see it with their naked eye, but then a few minutes later, they can see it with their naked eye. They realize that this thing is for real. And then people want to buy this thing, including the Doge of Venice. The Doge is like the Prince of Venice. For the Venetians, they saw immediately the military value of the telescope. You have one of these things on your boat, you can see enemy boats long before they see you. And that is an advantage. So Galileo sells the telescope, Galileo becomes extraordinarily rich, Galileo then becomes a celebrity, and the University of Padua grants him a lifelong tenure and a fixed salary for the rest of his life. Because of the telescope, if Galileo wanted to, he could just stopped right here, not done anything else, and just essentially retired. But he doesn't because he wants to use the telescope to begin making astronomical discoveries. Okay, so Galileo's telescope is what we call a refracting telescope because it bends light in such a way that when you look through it, things that are far away appear up close. So if you want to improve the magnification of the Galilean telescope, you have to make a bigger, longer telescope. So let me just put this very cute image up here. Here are a couple of young Italian kids playing with a replica of a Galilean telescope. So the Galilean telescopes got really big because people kept wanting to improve the magnification of them. So some of them were like 12 feet long and they were propped up on a pole and they weren't all that convenient to use and they were very expensive. But it is this new piece of scientific technology developed in the early 17th century by Galileo. Galileo did not invent the telescope. He simply perfected it, and there's actually a little bit of a debate about who actually developed the first telescope. But Galileo develops the telescope, so the telescope will be forevermore tied to the name of Galileo, and he will use this piece of technology to make these new discoveries that will completely shatter the old paradigm, because we will have proof that the universe and the solar system are not geocentric. Okay, so let's look at some of the things that Galileo looked at through his telescope. One of the very first things that he looked at was Jupiter. Now you can see Jupiter with the naked eye, but what you can't see with the naked eye, or at least not very well, if at all, are the moons of Jupiter. Nobody had identified moons going around Jupiter, but Galileo looks through his telescope and behold, there are moons going around Jupiter. So take a look at the sheet that you see there on the left-hand side of your screen. What you see there on the lines of that sheet are the observation of Jupiter throughout the course of one night. So Galileo stood up all night with his telescope trained on Jupiter. Jupiter you see identified there as just a circle, and then the moons going around Jupiter, they're marked with asterisks, little stars. And throughout the course of the night, you see the moons going around Jupiter. So one of my science teacher friends at Upper Arlington High School, he's actually done this. And he said it's one of the most fun things you can do is to find out when Jupiter is going to be clearly visible in the night sky. Get a telescope, get a caffeinated beverage of your choice, get ready to stay up all night, which is something that you teenagers tend to enjoy doing anyway. Stay up all night, and just every half hour or so, watch the moons go around Jupiter. You can see these moons going around another planet. Fun stuff. So Galileo discovers the moons of Jupiter. He's the first human being to see the moons of Jupiter. And he does it with the aid of the telescope. Now, once he sees them, he gets to identify them. I mean, even still today, if you discover a new star in the sky, you get to name it. And so, smart dude that Galileo was, he names the moons of Jupiter after members of the Medici family. Ah, yes, the Medici. They never go away, do they? Well, that was a smart move on the part of Galileo because guess who starts patronizing Galileo? That's right, the Medici family. And Galileo identified the moons collectively as the Medicean moons. Now, I'm happy to say that these moons have been renamed. They are named now, today, after figures from Roman mythology. And we do not call the moons of Jupiter the Medicean moons. We call them, more appropriately, the Galilean moons. But okay, but even this first discovery, he's shaking things up. This means there's more out there to see than we ever knew. This is exciting and a little nerve-wracking. What else are we going to find as we continue to point the telescope at the night sky? Galileo also looks at the moon and makes these incredibly detailed and accurate drawings of the surface of the moon, which seem to contain craters and mountain ranges, which makes the moon seem a little bit more similar to the Earth, and at least slightly less celestial. And then he points the telescope at Venus. Now this was the big one, and here's why. Venus, the ancients knew, was a planet. It was one of the travelers. And sometimes it was bright and sometimes it was dim. And that's pretty much what the naked eye can show us about Venus. But when we look at Venus through a telescope, we see that Venus goes through phases, just like the moon goes through phases. Sometimes it's full, sometimes it's a crescent. So now, Galileo says that God gave us eyes to see and brains to think. So this is what we see. Venus going through phases. We see this, we collect this evidence. Now we got brains to think. How can this be happening? What is logically going on? For Galileo, the fact that Venus goes through phases is proof. It's incontrovertible proof that we live in a heliocentric solar system. Galileo presents two models, a Copernican system and a Ptolemaic system, and says in the Ptolemaic system, if the Earth is actually the center of everything, and both the Sun and Venus are spinning around us, or rather orbiting around us, then Venus is not going to have significant phases. However, you put the Sun in the middle of the universe, or the solar system, you have the Earth and Venus as planets orbiting around the Sun, then Venus is going to go through significant phases, which you see in the night sky, with the aid of a telescope, of course. And Galileo discovers this, and Galileo is excited to share this. Galileo's first book was called The Starry Messenger. It was published in the year 1610. If you take a look at the cover here, you might be able to tell a couple of things. First, it is written in Latin. Latin is the language of academics. So if it's published in Latin, it can be reprinted and sent all throughout Europe. Everybody in the academic community reads Latin, so they can read The Starry Messenger. So it's written in Latin. So its target audience is the academic community of Europe. The second thing, which is just a fun thing to look at, if you find Galileo's name, it says, you see Galileo, actually says Galileo Galileo, and then it says Patrito Florentino, Patriot of Florence, and then a little bit further down, you see that the Medici family has sponsored the publication of this book. All right, so the contents of this book include exactly what I've gone over. The moons of Jupiter, the surface of our own moon, and the phases of Venus, which provide evidence that the Ptolemaic or geocentric model of the solar system is inaccurate. It has to be a heliocentric model. And this book was published in 1610 in Italy. Or let me be more accurate, the Italian city-states, because Italy's not unified yet. This book is published in 1610 in the Italian city-states for the first time. And this is only 10 years after Bruno was burnt at the stake for refusing to recant. Now, had Bruno not been burnt at the stake, or rather, had the Roman Catholic Church not taken such a hard line against Bruno, who knows how the Roman Catholic Church would have received this starry messenger. But because the Roman Catholic Church had placed Bruno on trial for heresy, and because Bruno refused to recant, and the Roman Catholic Church took this hard line, now they sort of have to strongly uphold, the Ptolemaic geocentric model of the solar system. So the book was published, and the book then becomes a sensation. Over the course of the next few years, into the 16 teens, Galileo becomes a celebrity, not just in the Italian city-states, but around Europe. He has opened up a much more complex and interesting solar system to the European intellectual community. But it's the early 17th century. This is the era of religious wars. The Roman Catholic Church is already sensitive. It already feels like it is completely under attack. And now one of its own, a good Catholic Italian mathematician and scientist, publishes this book which calls into question the accepted doctrine of the Roman Catholic Church. If the Catholic Church and their interpretation of the Bible are wrong about the structure of the universe, well, my gosh, what else might they be wrong about? This book, The Starry Messenger of 1610, shakes things up in the early 16 teens. So Galileo is brought to trial for heresy. The man who summons Galileo to Rome in 1616, and this is the man who's in charge of the Inquisition of Galileo, his name was Cardinal Bellarmine. And for what it's worth, coincidentally, there is actually a Bellarmine University in Louisville, Kentucky that is named after Cardinal Bellarmine. Why there's a university named after this guy, I have no clue. But Cardinal Bellarmine summons Galileo to Rome to face the Inquisition. Now, as this trial goes down, Bellarmine doesn't really want to hurt Galileo. Galileo's a devout Catholic. He's a celebrity. He's extraordinarily popular. But at the same time, the Catholic Church has to defend itself. So what happens at this trial of Galileo in 1616 ends up sort of being a gentleman's agreement. And Bellarmine actually sort of brokers a deal behind the scenes between the Catholic Church and Galileo. And so the deal that is struck is this. Galileo will be asked to recant. Galileo will recant. The Starry Messenger will be placed on the Index of Forbidden Books. Nobody will be allowed to read it in the Catholic world. And Galileo will be allowed to go free to live his life. He can do pretty much whatever he wants. He can continue to collect his salary from the University of Padua. But there's a condition. And the condition is this. And this is an important condition to remember in the story of Galileo. The condition is Galileo is not allowed to teach the Copernican system. All right, Galileo, from here on out, he can live however he wants to live, do whatever he wants to do, but he is not allowed to teach this Copernican heliocentric model of the universe. So long as he doesn't do that, Roman Catholic Church is cool with him. No problems. Now, there was another condition, and this condition is interesting, especially for us in a more secular time. Galileo was not only allowed to just not teach the model, he wasn't allowed to think about it. This is literally one of the conditions. Galileo is not allowed to think about the heliocentric Copernican model of the universe. So, and this was because he was to sort of cleanse his soul for professing a heresy. Okay, so that was the deal, and that is what went down. It's important to know that for Galileo, he was personally humiliated by this. This stung. And it stung because Galileo's like, I know I'm right. I know I'm right. And he's a good Catholic, and he just doesn't understand why can't the Catholic Church embrace this? This is a new discovery. And Galileo truly believes in the Bible. But what he believes is that all that needs to happen is the the Catholic Church needs to simply reinterpret the Bible with this new information. Okay, so speaking of the Bible, let me just throw this in here. This was the passage in the Bible that was used most frequently by, well, both Catholics and Protestants to defend the geocentric model of the solar system. In the Old Testament, there's the book of Joshua, and in the book of Joshua, there's a story of Joshua leading the Israelites into battle. And the Israelites felt that they could win the battle if they just had a little bit more daylight and if the day could just last a little bit longer, and then they could emerge victorious from the battle. By the way, guys, I don't know this story all that well, so this is the general description of this particular battle from the Old Testament. Okay, so Joshua, in order to have more daylight, commands the sun to stand still. So because Joshua commanded the sun to stand still, that was used by proof by both, again, Catholics and Protestants, that the sun is in fact moving and that the earth is still. And it cannot be otherwise, because otherwise Joshua would never have commanded the sun to stand still, but rather for the earth to stop revolving. So that's the Bible passage that's always used. Okay, so once again, Galileo's trial, 1616. He recants, he's humiliated. Bellarmine worked hard behind the scenes to make sure that nothing too terrible happened to Galileo, because Galileo is an Italian, a good Catholic, a popular celebrity, and Galileo is willing to be cooperative. The Starry Messenger is placed on the index of forbidden books, and Galileo is expected never, ever again to preach the Copernican heliocentric model of the solar system. The end. And this could have been it for Galileo. But Galileo feels like he's been snubbed. He knows he's right. And so he begins doing some things to try to vindicate himself. One of which is this particular letter right here. And I'm actually not going to read this letter. Instead, I'm going to describe it. So this is a letter that he wrote to the Grand Duchess Christina of Lorraine, who is herself a member of the Medici family. And in this particular letter, he says, the Bible is true. The Bible cannot be in error in any way, shape, or form. But then he goes on to explain, here's how we can interpret the Bible so as to accommodate this new this new incontrovertible discovery of the heliocentric model. So Galileo is essentially saying, listen, I can interpret the Bible. I can tell people how to interpret the Bible. Okay, that does not work for the Roman Catholic Church. That's what Martin Luther was saying. That's Protestantism, that you as an individual can interpret the Bible for yourself. No, that's not what Catholics do. In Roman Catholicism, the Bible has been interpreted for you. So now, for Galileo, this is just an informal correspondence. This is a letter to a friend. But it does give us some insight into his personality. He is not giving up on this. The Roman Catholic Church told him to let it go. Cardinal Bellarmine told him to let it go. But Galileo can't let it go. So then he starts doing something interesting. So what he starts doing is this. He puts down the telescope for a little while. It's like, all right, we're not going to do any more astronomical observations. We're going to observe other things, other more terrestrial, earthly things. Okay, but in the back of Galileo's mind, what he's thinking is this. Okay, what else could I research that could prove the heliocentric model of the universe and that the Earth is spinning at 900 miles an hour and we are just another planet orbiting the sun? What could I study down here that could prove this? And so he goes to the tides. He starts studying the tides of the ocean. All right, so what the Greeks had discovered and what Ptolemy had presented is starting to be disproven. So what Galileo wants to do is disprove another theory of the ancient Greeks. So the Greeks, when they looked at the tides, they saw an association between the tides and the phases of the moon. The Greeks concluded that the position of the moon in the sky was responsible for whether or not there was a high tide or a low tide, as if the moon exerted some force onto the waters. So Galileo thinks, okay, that's crazy. That's absurd. and that maybe the tides are being caused by the rotation of the Earth. So in the year 1616, the exact same year of the trial, Galileo published an essay simply called A Discourse on the Tides, arguing that the tides were caused by the rotation of the Earth. Now, this was sort of a bold thing to do. He's saying nothing about the heliocentric model of the universe. He's just trying to make the argument that the Earth is turning. Okay. All right. So here's what's interesting about this. First of all, Galileo was wrong and the Greeks were correct. Nobody has any understanding of gravity yet, at least not like how we understand gravity today. So there's no understanding that the moon could have a gravitational pull on the Earth. So the Greeks were right. The moon and the tides have a relationship. The tides are responding to the moon, and the tides have nothing to do with the turning of the Earth. So this is also interesting because it represents Galileo doing bad science. He's actually breaking his own rules when he's doing this. The point of science is to observe first, and then to draw conclusions from the observation. Galileo went into studying the tides to prove a theory that he was desperate to find evidence to support. And that underlying desire to prove the heliocentric model of the universe, or find evidence to support the heliocentric model of the universe, distorted his research. Galileo's theories of the tides was the one theory that he presented in his scientific career that was dead wrong. It was also around this time that Galileo did some of his famous studies of motion, many of which have been replicated by many high school freshmen, about how different objects of different mass will still fall at the same rate, that 9.8 meters per second squared. Galileo also during this time period, studied sunspots. So here's where he picked his telescope back up again and started looking at the sun, trying to figure out exactly what sunspots were. There were two competing theories. One that was that sunspots were something produced on the surface of the sun, and the other theory is that they were particles in the air in between the sun and the Earth. Galileo concluded correctly that they are spots produced by the sun itself. Now, this is also when Galileo is doing some extremely damaging things to his eyeballs. It is because Galileo spent so much time looking through a telescope at the sun that he will go blind later on in his life. Because of Galileo's many statements about the importance in science or in natural philosophy of making observations and then thinking critically and logically about what was seen, that he is considered to be one of the important contributors to the development of the scientific method. Now, there is no one author of the scientific method. The scientific method is something that was developed over time. The scientific method is also a very important part of the scientific revolution, and this scientific method is itself very revolutionary. The scientific method is the third monk in my stupid allegorical joke of the three monks. And you are all very familiar with the scientific method, this idea that you start off with an idea, a hypothesis, and you test the hypothesis, and you either validate or invalidate the hypothesis based upon the test. If you validate the hypothesis, then you retest, you have other people test it, you think logically and critically about it, you debate it, and then you come up with a conclusion, which is some sort of theory or idea about how something works or why something is the way that it is. And what makes this whole methodology revolutionary is this: the scientific method is the method for discovering truth. So what's true versus what's not true? Well, for the scientific method, what's true is what we have evidence for and what makes logical sense. What's true is now no longer what the church or any established authority says is true. It's not just about trusting authority and tradition anymore. It's also not about trusting the Bible anymore, or at least drawing conclusions about the natural world based upon a reading or an interpretation of the Bible. No. Truth is now, what do we see with our own eyes? What can we figure out with our own brains? Galileo said, "You have eyes to see and a brain to think. So figure it out for yourself." This was revolutionary and also a little bit democratic, maybe a lot democratic. And also, something cannot be true unless it passes through the scientific method. Okay, now let me move on to one of Galileo's close friends that he spent a lot of time with up in Florence. This is Galileo's buddy, Maffeo Barberini. Barberini was a high-ranking cardinal in the Roman Catholic Church. Here he is, his portrait painted by none other than Caravaggio himself. Barberini and Galileo were friends. They were buds. And as such, Galileo confided in him. He told Barberini, "I know the heliocentric model is right. Here's the evidence. Here's the proof. Here's the telescope. You can look through it too." And Barberini sympathized with Galileo. He said, "Yes, you are right." And here is a high-ranking member of the Roman Catholic clergy, the Roman Catholic establishment, who agrees with Galileo. And I wonder to what extent, like Galileo, I mean, they were close friends, but I do wonder if, Galileo might have been working him a little bit. Like, come on, you're a cardinal, you've got power, you've got influence. You can work things out, so maybe I can publish. Now, again, I'm just speculating here, but this is a very powerful man in the Roman Catholic Church, and Galileo was confiding in him. And Barberini, again, was responding sympathetically to Galileo. So then, things really seem to look up for Galileo in the year 1623, when his buddy, Maffeo Barberini, becomes the next pope. Barberini is now no longer Barberini, he's Pope Urban VIII. For Galileo, this had to be this wonderful moment. Whew, my buddy is now the Pope. He's the highest ranking person in the Catholic world. So now I can say whatever I want. So Galileo daringly publishes another book. And what a book it was. This book was called The Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems. That's a bit of a mouthful. We can simply refer to it as The Dialogue. Now, if you can, take a look at the front piece and the title page, especially the title page. And you look at the title page and you read the title and you see Dialogo de Galileo Galilei, Licenzio Matematico, so la 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 la. This is Italian. This is not Latin, it's Italian. So, what does that mean? Galileo didn't write this for intellectuals. He didn't just write this for the academic community. He wrote this for the Italian people. He wrote this for everybody, at least everybody in the Italian-speaking world, not just the academic elite throughout Europe. Okay, so what was the content of this book? Well, the title gives it away. It's a dialogue, which means it's a conversation. It's a conversation between three people. And on the front piece, you have three people talking, which is what you have in the book. You have three people talking. All right, and these three people are three men. Oh, let me just say something about just the fact that it's written in a dialogue fashion. This represents the lasting influence of the Italian Renaissance. So you remember Plato back in ancient Greece, he wrote in a dialogue format. And then, of course, Plato was reborn during the Renaissance. In particular, his work, The Symposium, which had been lost in the Middle Ages and didn't come back until after 1453. And the Platonic Academy was established in Florence. And Plato was easy and fun to read because he wrote in this dialogue-like format. So he wrote his philosophy works like a play. Well, that's exactly what Galileo does. He knows that this is a popular, easy-to-read format. And so the setup is like this. You're going to have three men that are going to talk. One of the man's name is Salviati. And Salviati is going to argue for the Copernican model, the heliocentric model. There's another man who's going to argue for the Ptolemaic model, and his name is Simplicio. Yes, Simplicio, as in a simpleton, as in an idiot. Now, there actually was a Simplicio in history that Galileo is going to say. He was as model for this particular character, but the choice of the name doesn't slip by anybody. A Simplicio is an idiot, and he's arguing for the Ptolemaic geocentric model of the universe, which is, of course, what the Catholic Church supports. Simplicio. And then there's a third guy named Sagredo, who's neutral. He's intelligent, he's smart, but he's just there to listen to both sides. And in the end, Sagredo, the neutral guy, he is going to judge who is right. So in the dialogue, Salviati, the man who's arguing for the heliocentric model, he makes all these great points. He's very logical, he's very clear, and it makes sense. Simplicio, who's arguing for the geocentric Ptolemaic model, does not. And anybody who reads this book goes, oh, the sun's the center of the universe. It makes perfect sense. And that seems to be the direction that the book is going, but then in the end, Galileo, the way he writes this Sagredo character, who's the neutral guy, who's going to make the final judgment in the end, Sagredo agrees with Simplicio. So the conclusion of this book is the Ptolemaic model of the universe is correct. So Galileo is very clever. Anybody who reads this book will clearly see the heliocentric model is the most rational model for the solar system. It's clear to anybody who reads it. But Galileo had sworn to the Catholic Inquisition that he would never teach the Copernican model. So at the end of this book, that's why he has Sagredo, the neutral guy, say, oh, Simplicio is right. So this was a bold, daring book for Galileo to release. But he thinks he can do it because his buddy is the Pope. But you know what? When it comes to buddies, and I'm willing to bet that most of you have experienced this already in high school, when it comes to friends, friends change. How many friends do you have now that you, or how many friends did you have, let's say, in the 6th grade that you still have now? You know, life changes and people move on and do different things and make different decisions for their life. Once Barberini became Pope, he was surrounded by a completely different set of people. He's now no longer a man who can just sort of kick around with Galileo and talk about how the Inquisition trial of 1616 was so mean to him. He's now the man in charge. And this isn't a conversation that he's having in private with Galileo. This is a published book. And it's a published book that pretty clearly attacks the Catholic establishment. And then some of the Pope's advisors begin telling him, you know what? Your old friend Galileo, he might actually be mocking you. You might be Simplicio. So in response to the dialogue concerning the two chief world systems, Pope Urban VIII, one-time friend of Galileo, has Galileo summoned to Rome for a second trial. This second trial will not be nearly as friendly to Galileo. Cardinal Bellarmine is dead. There will be no backroom deal. When Galileo faces his second trial in 1633, the story of Giordano Bruno is very much on the top of his mind. Galileo realizes they may burn me alive. It's also worth placing this second trial within historical context. It's 1633. Think of what else is going on in Europe in 1633, especially up north in the Holy Roman Empire. The 30 Years' War is raging. The Swedes have entered the scene. The Catholics are now on the defense. This is the thick of the religious wars. And Galileo, an Italian Catholic, has just fired a massive blow against an accepted Catholic belief. So this time, the Catholic Church is going to make sure that Galileo is shut up forever. So, during the second trial, when Galileo is asked to recant, he does. He was asked to get on his knees to recant and to beg forgiveness. Galileo did. This had to have been devastating It had to have been humiliating, especially for somebody of Galileo's temperament. He didn't like ever being wrong, especially since he knew he wasn't wrong. But Galileo also wants to keep his life. Galileo was allowed to live. The dialogue was also placed on the Catholic Index of Forbidden Books. But this time Galileo was not allowed to go free. He was sentenced to spend the rest of his days on house arrest. He did, however, continue to do some science, particularly some studies on motion, but it's also sadly at this time that Galileo begins losing his eyesight, the long-term consequence of looking through his telescope at the sun. For me, one of those great moments in history happens during this time, when the aged, dying, and blind Galileo gets a visit from a young, traveling Puritan poet from England, a young man named John Milton. For me, this is just a great moment because, of course, Milton is going to go blind later on in his life. He has no idea that's going to happen at this point in time when he meets Galileo. It does reveal what a celebrity Galileo was and how popular he was even all the way up in England. So two great figures from two very different backgrounds who will be remembered for two very different things. They spent a little bit of time together. Milton, by the way, was fluent in Italian. This is one of those moments in history where, man, I really wish I could have been in the room with these two guys. Galileo Galilei died in January of the year 1642. Later on, that exact same year of 1642, on Christmas Day, December 25th of 1642, this man was born. The same year Galileo died, Isaac Newton was born. Isaac Newton was born in this house. You can still visit it in England today. He was a very weak and frail infant, and many people didn't believe that he was going to make it past infancy. He did, obviously, but his dad died not long after he was born. Not too long after that, his mom met another man and went off with him to start another family, leaving Isaac Newton behind to be raised by his grandparents. The young Isaac Newton was very quiet, asocial, he kept to himself. When he did interact with his grandparents were a little freaked out by him because Isaac Newton would talk about how he wanted to go and find his mom and her new husband and burn down their house. So even the grandparents got a sense that Isaac Newton was a little bit of a creepy, weird, awkward kid. And these are qualities that Isaac Newton is going to have throughout most of his life. But he was certainly extraordinarily intelligent, at least when it came to math and science. When he was a young boy, he would do algorithms for fun. We have Newton's journals from throughout his life today. Luckily, we have these. And even as a young boy, he was working out numerical sequences, trying to find patterns. That's what Newton did. What do you do for fun to pass the time? Newton was into algorithms. He was never a very sociable young man. He was never social. Very, very smart. Ended up going to Cambridge University. He didn't have many friends, and throughout his entire life, never really had a love interest. And Newton is going to live a nice long life. He is going to become a celebrity, a little bit like Galileo. Actually, a lot like Galileo. He certainly was popular. He was very much admired. So it does seem strange that his whole life long, he never fell in love with anybody. This has led some historians to conclude that, well, maybe he was a repressed homosexual in 17th century England. But there's no evidence of that either. I think Newton was just one of these extraordinary people with an absolutely brilliant mind, at least brilliant in terms of the math and science, but he never really felt comfortable around people. He was very sensitive to people's criticism, as we'll learn about here in a minute. And this was the personality of Isaac Newton. Now, Isaac Newton was born in the year 1642, which, along with being the year that Galileo died, is also the first year of the English Civil War. So his boyhood was defined by the Civil War, rampaging armies through the English countryside, the rise of Cromwell, the Protectorate, and then the Restoration. So the Restoration happens while Isaac Newton is in college. And remember the culture of the Restoration. It's party time. Isaac Newton got rid of the alcohol and Christmas and music and plays and all that, but now Charles II has brought it all back. It was a fun time to be in college at Cambridge University during the Restoration. It was, I mean, all of England is going through this massive catharsis and having a big party, and it's especially true with college kids, of course. Newton doesn't want anything to do with any of it. He stays at home or in his dorm room and works on his algorithms or whatever. But then in the year 1666, while Newton was in college, a few bad things happened to England. First of all, the Great Fire of London happened. There was a lot of property destruction, a lot of people died, and that happened in the year 1666. And some people thought there was a religious significance to that after the period of time of the Restoration. I mean, that was during the Restoration. We were 6 years into the Restoration. But if you're familiar with this, in the Bible, the number for Satan is 666. And so some people thought it was not a coincidence that the Great Fire of London happened in the year 1666. The other bad thing that happens in England in the year 1666 is there is a plague. A virus sweeps through England, killing a bunch of people, and Cambridge shuts down. When Cambridge shuts down, Newton goes back to live at his grandparents' farm. And it is at this time that Isaac Newton, alone on his grandparents' farm, starts making some incredible scientific discoveries and inventing something that will already, in his 20s, propel him into the history books and make him a very important figure in the history of science. So what does he do? Well, here we have the iconic Isaac Newton playing around with a prism. A prism refracts light, and he develops a theory about light based upon this refraction. He said, you take a beam of light. So one single beam of light coming in through the curtains of your window, you hold the prism up to it, and the light refracts. The light is pulled apart. And what comes out of this single beam of light is the rainbow, Roy G. Biv. And so Newton develops a theory of light, that all of the colors of the rainbow are contained in white light. Now this for me, and I think for most people, seems rather counterintuitive. Because if I went to, a Sherwin-Williams paint store, and I bought all the colors of paint, and I mixed them together, I would assume that that mixture would create a very dark paint, something near black. So it seems strange that white light should contain all of the other colors. So this is one of the things that Isaac Newton presents in his theory of light. And this is all I am going to say about this particular theory, because I am a humble and dumb history teacher. I'm not a science teacher, and I know that what light is incredibly difficult to explain. Is it a particle? Is it a wave? Is it both? I do not know. I can't explain these things. But what I can explain is that in his mid-20s, Isaac Newton comes up with a theory of light based upon how he refracted light and how he demonstrates that a single beam of white light coming from the sun contains all of the colors of the rainbow. And he publishes this theory. Isaac Newton is starting to get noticed by the Royal Society, that elite, illustrious group of the most famous and important scientists in England. Now, Newton doesn't just publish this theory, he actually applies it to improve Galileo's telescope. So the Galilean telescope, it works by refracting light. You've got two lenses on the opposite ends of a tube. These lenses bend the light, and it bends the light in such a way that things that are far away appear like they're up close. But in this bending of light with a glass lens, there can be sometimes a distortion, especially if you try to improve the telescope by making the lens bigger and the tubes longer. So sometimes when you look through a Galilean telescope, you get a little bit of a fuzzy image, like the image that you see here on your screen. Yes, that's the moon. The moon appears very big there, but there's all this fuzzy stuff around the moon. And that's what happens sometimes with a refracting telescope. So what Newton begins to wonder is there a way to bend light without actually refracting it so that there's less distortion and we can have a more perfect image of the moon or anything else that we're looking at? So in other words, if you're looking at your screen right now, how can we go from the distorted magnification of the moon like we see here on the left to a more perfect magnification of the moon like we see here on the right? Is there any other way to do this? So this might be a fun time just to pause and think for yourself, is there another way to bend light other than just using a lens like we use with a Galilean telescope or a pair of glasses or binoculars? Is there another way to bend light? Is there any other material out there that can help us bend light? Well, Newton thinks about this and says, yes, there's something else out there. Mirrors. We can bend light using curved mirrors. So just like how Galileo went to work making his own telescope, grinding lenses and finding a tube to fit these lenses in to create his first telescope, Isaac Newton started working on making his own curved mirrors. Again, this is great. I mean, he's living in early 17th century England. This would have been harder to do back then than for you or I today. I mean, I guess we could today watch a YouTube video on how to make a mirror, maybe go to Lowe's or Home Depot to get the materials to do it, and it still would be a very complicated thing. And Newton is doing this on his grandparents' farm without the aid of any type of instructional video or manual or book that I know of at least. He's doing this simply with his own brains, trying to figure it out. And he's trying to create the more perfect telescope that will not refract light, but rather reflect light. So he begins the process of developing the Newtonian telescope. Here's a little diagram of it. We can see how the light comes in from the left-hand side of this diagram. It is reflected, but the light is bent by the curved mirror on the right-hand side of this diagram. That image is then reflected out into an eyepiece that you look into the telescope, or where you look into the telescope to see the image, and it works and it's precise. And what makes it even better is this. You can hold it in your hand. This thing is 7 inches long. The Galilean telescope, in order to improve magnification, you had to make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. The Newtonian telescope is this really small thing. It can magnify things 70 times in a device that you could literally put in your pocket. Well, your coat pocket at least. Newton did it, and this thing is going to capture the attention of England's greatest scientist in London. The more precise telescopes do not refract light, but rather reflect light. Even still today, the world's big telescopes, like the Hubble telescope, or this particular super telescope, which is currently in construction right now. You can tell how large this particular telescope is by look at the cars that are parked beside it. Now, this is an artist's rendition of what is to be created or be built and completed by 2024. But you look at it, this super telescope, and you look inside of it, it's got mirrors in it. So even still today, the reflecting telescope is the telescope that is considered to be the best telescope. Isaac Newton has given this to the world. He's in his mid-20s. He's still a kid, and he still hasn't done the biggest things he's going to do, but already he's captured the attention of the greatest scientists in England, and they are the members of the Royal Society. So let's take a moment here to talk about the Royal Society and what it was. Okay, so the Royal Society is pretty much the brainchild of Francis Bacon. You remember that Francis Bacon, who was part of the court of Queen Elizabeth and James I, he had pressed the monarchs to invest in science, scientific research, and scientific discovery because these things would help England out. That was the idea. Then the middle of the 17th century comes around, we have civil war, but then we have the restoration of the monarchy in the year 1660. So Charles II becomes the King of England in 1660, and that year is the year he founds the Royal Society. So how the Royal Society works was like this. The king selects scientists who are considered to be the greatest scientists of the day. He admits them into the Royal Society, which is why it is called the Royal Society, and the monarchy subsidizes the Royal Society. So in other words, the Royal Society gets money from the king to do research and publish books and use that money however they best see fit for the advancement of science in England. Now, once the society is up and running after 1660, it'll be the members of the Royal Society that then select other up-and-coming scientists to join the Royal Society. So if you are an up-and-coming scientist like young Isaac Newton, and you want into the Royal Society, you have to do something to impress these guys. And Isaac Newton did that with his paper on optics for how light works and with his telescope. And Isaac Newton was invited to join the Royal Society. So a little bit more on the Royal Society here. First of all, their motto is worth mentioning because the motto of the Royal Society captures the spirit of the scientific revolution very succinctly. Their motto is, in Latin, nullius in verba. Translated into English, essentially it means, take nobody's word for it. Take nobody's word for it. In other words, if somebody tells you something like, hey, there's oxygen in the air and you breathe that oxygen, don't take their word for it. Figure it out for yourself. Maybe they're lying to you. Maybe there's no such thing as oxygen. Go figure it out for yourself. Investigate, research, collect your own data, question authority, question tradition. That is the way science moves forward. Nullius in verba. Take nobody's word for it. The head of the Royal Society, and probably the most famous scientist in England at the time of Newton's theory of light and his development of the telescope, was this man, this rather interesting looking man. His name was Robert Hooke. Hooke wasn't just a brilliant scientist in one particular area, he was a great scientist in a wide variety of areas. If you look at this particular portrait of him, and next to his left arm on our right-hand side of the portrait, you see that spring, that coil there. Hooke developed a formula for elasticity. Today, I believe it is referred to as Hooke's law of elasticity. So if you pull this spring out, what is the force as it bounces back? This, I would say, is physics. But he also developed the microscope. He did not invent the microscope. The invention of the microscope, similar to the invention of the telescope, came out of the Netherlands. But Hooke improved upon the microscope, and he began looking at the smallest organisms that he could find. And he published a best-selling book about the life of microscopic, or at least extraordinarily small, creatures. And the book was called Micrographia. Micrographia. But hey, let's read the full title here. Micrographia, or some physiological descriptions of minute bodies made by magnifying glasses with observations and inquiries thereupon. Gotta love these long titles in the 17th century. But this book is amazing because here's what was in this book. Not just these descriptions of what he saw, but these drawings that Hooke himself made that were blown up into these centerfold-sized images that you could, unfold out of the book. And so this book contained images like what you see here. A flea magnified to an extraordinary size so that you could see all the details of the flea. And this fascinated people. I think it still fascinates people today. That there's this whole microscopic world that's literally all around us and on us and in us. Whenever I teach Robert Hooke, I think of the experience that I had in my biology class when I was in college, when we were doing a lab with a microscope and I looked under my fingernails and I saw what was under my fingernails. And it was profoundly disturbing. And I spent the next week scrubbing my nails and cleaning out under my nails. And then I'd go back into my bio lab and be like, oh, no, I still didn't get it all. There's a whole universe in there. And that's really that's the spirit of this book, Micrographia. So here's a couple other pictures. People got to see an ant blown up really big. He also looked at plants. And when he looked at plant leaves, he saw that plant leaves, when you get really close to them, are made up of all these little rooms, these little chambers. And Robert Hooke named these things cells, which is, of course, the word we still use today. Here's a fly and all of its gruesomeness. All right, so this is just some of what Robert Hooke did. He was the most famous scientist in England. Now here we have yet another one of these stories where scientists aren't just scientists. Scientists are people too, and they have egos, and sometimes they feel like their egos can be threatened. Robert Hooke enjoyed being the most popular scientist in England. So go figure, when young Isaac Newton comes on the scene, Hooke felt threatened. This young guy is smarter than me. So here is what Hooke did. Hooke issued a statement to the Royal Society stating that he had come up with the theory of light, Isaac Newton had somehow gotten it and published it as his own, but Hooke was the original author of this theory. Newton had somehow plagiarized it, and Hooke demanded an apology from Newton. This is what Hooke did, most likely with the intent of putting Isaac Newton, who's much younger than him, in his place. When this goes down, Newton is livid. Newton knows that it was he and only he who came up with his theory of light. And he says, no, I'm not going to refuse to apologize for something I did not do. And I think most of us can understand that. That's a heck of a situation to be placed in. But here we have coming to light this sort of aristocratic structure of the Royal Society. It's not really totally based on social class, but there's this idea of hierarchy of authority. Hooke is the elder. Hooke is the most respected member of the Royal Society. If Hooke says this idea was mine and little Newton stole it, then even if the rest of the Royal Society doesn't believe Hooke, they still are going to expect the younger Isaac Newton to defer to the authority of Hooke and to respect him. So all this pressure is placed on Isaac Newton to apologize to Robert Hooke. Isaac Newton does not want to apologize to Robert Hooke, but in the end, he will. Isaac Newton will write a very famous letter to Robert Hooke, apologizing. And then Isaac Newton will storm off away from the Royal Society and refuse to talk to any of them anymore because of how they disrespected him. And they did disrespect Isaac Newton. Now, what's interesting is to look at this letter, because this letter contains the most famous quote attributed to Isaac Newton. Okay, so in this letter, Newton describes, here is how I discovered my theory of light. And when he is talking about his own discovery, he does say, I was inspired by a few other theories and ideas. So in other words, he wasn't working entirely with a blank slate. After all, he had gone to school, he'd learned some science, and of course that science that he learned influenced him in making his own discoveries. And so he puts this down in a letter to Robert Hooke, and here's what he says. What Descartes did was a good step. Now, what did Rene Descartes contribute to the theory of light? I have no clue, but Isaac Newton was obviously influenced by Descartes in some way. So he starts off, what Descartes did was a good step. You have added much several ways, and especially in taking the colors of thin plates into philosophical consideration. If I have seen a little further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Okay, that last sentence is probably the most famous quote of Isaac Newton from his entire career. If I've seen a little further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Now, what makes this quote great is that it is a double entendre. It has two meanings. The first is what most people read. This is an incredibly humble statement. When Newton says, if I've seen a little further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants, what he means is, I, Isaac Newton, could only have made these discoveries because of the great discoveries that came before me. I am standing on the shoulders of giants. And of course, what is implied here is that Robert Hooke is one of these giants, and that had Robert Hooke not discovered and produced what he did, then Isaac Newton could have never come up with his theory of light. And so that should suffice in thanking Robert Hooke for his great contributions to science. Okay, but here's the other meaning of this statement. Notice that Isaac Newton capitalized G in giants. He is accentuating that word. Robert Hooke was 4.5 feet tall. He was a very short, kind of strange-looking man. This was meant to show appreciation for Robert Hooke while at the same time throwing him a barb. This was essentially Isaac Newton saying, screw you, shorty, to Robert Hooke. But this is the most famous thing that Isaac Newton ever said. And some of my friends who teach AP European history at other schools, they actually use this particular sentence to describe the entirety of the scientific revolution. And one of the things that my fellow AP Euro teachers do is they have students line up the scientists chronologically and explain how one leads to another. How if there had been no Copernicus, then there could have been no Brahe and Kepler. Had there been no Brahe and Kepler, there could have been no Galileo. How each scientist is building upon the work of the previous scientist. And you can still do this today. You can still use this today. I mean, even the scientists today, they are operating in a particular historical context. They are using all the data and discoveries and technologies that have been developed by previous generations of scientists. Which is why sometimes you have co-discoveries. Like, for example, the discovery of evolution by means of natural selection. We think of Charles Darwin as being the guy who discovered that, but as we'll learn later on in the course, he actually discovered it at about the exact same time as this other man named Alfred Russel Wallace discovered the evolution by means of natural selection. He discovered the same theory at the same time and actually corresponded with Darwin about it. So each generation of scientists creates or sort of sets up the next wave of scientific discoveries. And so this is something that you can use. This is one way that you can think about the history of science. And you can always pull out that Newton quote if ever you have to write about it. If I've seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. All right. Isaac Newton was a very sensitive man. He was throughout his life. He does not handle criticism well. I think there's a lot of us that can empathize with Newton here. I mean, have you ever turned in a paper for a class and you've gotten it back and it's all marked up with all these critical remarks on it in terms of how you can improve it and how you could have said things differently and how that sort of felt like a sucker punch to the gut? I mean, every student goes through this. Well, if you've ever gotten that paper back all marked up and you felt bad about yourself, understand that one of the greatest geniuses in the history of humanity felt the exact same way, only he was more sensitive than you. Because after Newton went through that experience of having to apologize to Hooke, he literally just disappears. He runs away from London. Now, he's a super smart guy, so he's got a job teaching at Cambridge University. So he goes back to Cambridge, where he's going to live in a small little dorm room, and he's going to teach. And that's all he's going to do for 13 years. But he doesn't even really teach, because when he goes to class, he's not a good teacher. He just sort of mumbles on and talks about his theory of light. And his students were so annoyed by this, they weren't learning anything. Newton's just sort of pacing around up there. They just get up and leave. So it got so bad that Newton would show up to class and there'd be nobody there. So Newton would talk to the walls for 2 hours. And so then it became a thing among the kids on campus to show up, peek into the window, and watch Newton talking to nobody. And they would make fun of him for being a freak. Now, this is the 1670s and the 1680s. For 13 years, Isaac Newton keeps to himself. Now, what's interesting is what he's doing by himself. We now know what he was doing by himself because his journals have been recovered. For a long time, Newton's life was steeped in quite a bit of mystery because his journals were kept by his family, who did not release his journals. In the 20th century, these journals were sold off in auction to a Spaniard, and they were held in Spain for a little bit of time. But then when this particular Spaniard died, in the late 20th century, Isaac Newton's papers were moved to Israel because the Spaniard that had them was Jewish. And so today, Isaac Newton's journals are in Israel's National Library in the city of Jerusalem. Now, so in the late 20th century, they became public, and so people could go read them and research what Newton was doing during these kind of years of hiding out. And what they discovered was fascinating. So in the 1990s and into the early 2000s, a whole new group of biographies came out on Isaac Newton to give us a more complete and much more interesting view on who Isaac Newton was. So what was he doing during this time? Well, reading the Bible. And not just one Bible, but multiple Bibles. He had over 30 different copies and translations of the Bible. Isaac Newton spent more time reading and studying the Bible than he ever did doing math. Interesting. Now, what was he looking for in the Bible? Well, he was trying to predict the second coming of Christ. He believed that the Bible contained secret coded messages in it. And if you were smart enough to decode the Bible, you would know what the future held. So Isaac Newton spent a lot of time reading the Bible, trying to decode the Bible. He also spent a lot of time doing alchemy. So again, at this time, Some people thought that you might be able to create gold. Now, what's interesting is that Isaac Newton was not doing this. There's absolutely no evidence that he was doing this for any type of financial gain. I mean, you think if you could make gold, then that's just a great way to get rich really quick. Isaac Newton seemed to be more motivated by spiritual impulses. He wanted to create a particular substance that would help him to have a longer life or would give him greater wisdom. But either way, alchemy is illegal in England and elsewhere in Europe because, well, for the obvious reasons, if you can make gold, then you can make yourself independently extraordinarily rich. You can debase the currency of any country in Europe, and that's not good. So alchemy is illegal. And so this is what Isaac Newton is doing in his free time. So these journals give us this great insight into the real Isaac Newton and who he was and sort of what motivated him. Interestingly, while trying to decode the Bible and doing all these algorithms and such, he actually came up with a date for the end of the world. And again, this was released in the early 2000s when historians and other people were reading over his journals in Jerusalem. And so if you take a look at this sheet of paper here, this is where he wrote the date of for the end of the world. It's on the second to last line there at the bottom, not too far above that smudge there. And Isaac Newton predicted that the end of the world would be on or before the year 2060. 2060. So, needless to say, this was published with some sensation a few years back. We also know from his journals a lot about Newton's spiritual beliefs. It wasn't just alchemy that he was doing that was illegal. What he believed in terms of a religion, was also illegal in England at the time. Isaac Newton was what we called an anti-Trinitarian. An anti-Trinitarian. So here's what it means to be an anti-Trinitarian. First of all, in this word anti-Trinitarian, we have the word Trinity. Now, most Christians believe in something called a Trinity. And the idea of the Trinity is this, that God is divided up into three parts. That God is both a Father, and God is also the Son, Jesus, and God is also the Holy Spirit. So God is each of these three things. Now, if you try to think about this logically and you get confused, well, that makes sense. It's a very confusing thing. How can something be both a father and a son at the same time? How could Jesus have been walking the earth and pray to God when he's God? So it doesn't make logical sense, which is why the Trinity is typically referred to as a mystery, the mystery of the Trinity. Most Christians probably just don't think about it, but Isaac Newton did. And for him, the Trinity doesn't make sense. So he was an anti-Trinitarian, which means this. He doesn't believe in a Trinity. He does believe in God, but he doesn't believe a Trinity makes logical sense. There is God, and God is God, and that is it. God is not divided up into three different things. Now, this was considered to be an illegal religion and a heretical religion in England in the 17th century because if you believe this, this means you don't believe in the divinity of Jesus. It means that Jesus was just another human being, a really good human being, but he's just another human being. He's not divine. He's not God. So, Isaac Newton was already asocial. He already kept to himself. Now he really has a reason to keep to himself. His religious beliefs, his practice of alchemy, probably all the weirdo stuff he was doing with the Bible. He's got a reason to kind of stay away from people. But then, in the year 1684, after 13 years of minding his own business, Newton's little bubble of isolation was popped by another scientist who came to visit him from London. This scientist was a fellow member of the Royal Society, and his name was Edmund Halley. So Halley shows up on Newton's doorstep in Cambridge, and Newton's like, "What do you want?" Halley and Newton sit down together to have this discussion, and Halley says, "Listen, we've got a problem in the Royal Society that we can't figure out. Specifically, there's me." Halley is into astronomy and meteorology mostly. And then there is Christopher Wren, another member of the Royal Society. Christopher Wren is the great architect who designed St. Paul's Cathedral in downtown London and also helped to rebuild London after the Great Fire of 1666. And the other member of the Royal Society who's having trouble with this particular question is Robert Hooke. And Halley says, the three of us, we've got this problem we can't solve. And so Newton says, well, all right, what's the problem? The problem was this. They were discussing Kepler's 3 laws of planetary motion. They're like, we've got these 3 laws, and we know that the planets speed up when they get closer to the sun. And we know that the planets that are closer to the sun, like the closest planet, Mercury, orbits the sun much faster. It travels much faster through space than planets that are farther away, like Saturn. Well, we're trying to come up with a mathematical formula to explain that. We know in general they travel faster. They sweep out equal space at equal time. Mercury travels faster than Saturn, whatever. But we don't have an exact formula that we can essentially predict velocity. And Newton says, well, I can do that. And Halley's like, what do you mean you can do that? You've got a formula? And Newton says, yes, I have a formula for that. And Halley says, well, that's great. Let me see it. Can I see it? Newton says, no problem. Hold on, let me find it. And begins going through all of his papers and such, trying to find his calculation for how planets move. And he can't find it. So he tells Edmund Halley, hey, I can't find it right now, but I'll tell you what, I'll write it out for you. Go back to London, I'll write it out for you, and I'll mail it to you at the Royal Society. Halley shakes his hand, the 2 part ways, and likely Halley, when he left there, had to have been skeptical. It's one thing to say that, I've come up with a formula, mathematical formula that can accurately predict and describe the movement of planets around the sun. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to actually do it. So Halley likely was a little skeptical when he went back to London. But lo and behold, a few days later, a letter arrives. Halley opens his letter from Isaac Newton, reads it, and is bowled over by what he's reading. Because this letter contains the foundation for modern physics. Mathematical formulas that can explain how anything moves anywhere in the universe, whether here on Earth or in the furthest depths of outer space. So just what is it that Halley is reading? Well, here's what Newton tells him. All objects in the universe have mass. Any object with mass has a gravitational pull toward it. Doesn't matter if you're talking about fruit, like an apple here on Earth, or a star out in the furthest reaches of space. If it has mass, it has gravity. What is gravity? We don't know what gravity is, but we can measure it. And here is a formula for gravity. With this particular formula of gravity, we can explain how any objects with mass are going to interact with each other, how they are going to move each other. So with this formula for gravity, along with 3 laws of motion, we can explain how anything moves anywhere. Gravity. Gravity. Gravity explains the motion of the planets around the sun, and the formula for gravity can help us to explain exactly how things move. Now, in order to measure the velocity and the orbit of a particular planet around the sun, there needs to be a more advanced form of mathematics called calculus. But with all of these things, we can now accurately say, pick your planet, Mars, exactly how Mars is going to move, where it's going to move, at what speed it's going to move, how it accelerates, how it decelerates. Decelerates, is that a word? I don't know. How it slows down, and we can predict exactly where it's going to be at a particular time. And it's not just planets, it's everything. From the fall of an apple to the pitch of a baseball. We can understand all of these things mathematically. The acceleration, the force of the impact. For Isaac Newton, the universe is but one big machine. And this letter that he wrote to Edmund Halley was the key to open up the door to be able to see inside the machine to see how it all works. Edmund Halley goes back to Isaac Newton and says, we've got to publish this, we've got to publish this, we've got to publish this. And it took some prodding because Isaac Newton doesn't want to publish anything with the Royal Society anymore after his bad interaction with Robert Hooke. And there was some issue with funding as well, but in the end, Edmund Halley, persistent, gets Isaac Newton to publish what is considered to be the greatest book in the history of science. Published in the year 1687, which is an important date because it's the year before the Glorious Revolution. And I will return to that. Published in the year 1687 in Latin, Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica. In English, this means Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. That's a mouthful. We can simply call it the Principia. Now, Isaac Newton has already established himself as one of the greatest scientists in the history of Europe with his theory of light and color and his invention of the reflecting telescope. He's already established himself, but now he will go down in history as probably the greatest scientific genius, or at least one of them, with this particular book. And the impact, the cultural impact of this book, even for people who never read it and who never will read it, like, it still cannot be underestimated. Because this book gives us the formulas to be able to explain how anything moves anywhere in the universe. So we've got the formula for gravity in the Principia. We've got 3 laws of motion in the Principia. We've got the foundations for calculus in the Principia. Now, all of you are familiar with this stuff to a certain extent. You can't go through a physical science class your freshman year at Upper Arlington High School and not have to learn about and apply the 3 laws of motion. And then you're very familiar with this in a physics class where you're doing 2-dimensional vectors and applying, F equals ma to explain how things move. This is the fundamentals for physics. But then there was one other thing that Newton put into the Principia. And I have no clue what Isaac Newton thought about this when he put it in there in terms of the impact that would have on history. But he provided a description for what it would take to break free from the Earth's gravitational pull. In other words, Newton gave us the recipe for space travel. So Newton understood that the moon was a satellite of the Earth traveling around the Earth, but the moon, which is smaller than the Earth, which has less mass than the Earth, is stuck in the Earth's gravitational pull, in the same way that the Earth, which is much smaller than the sun, is stuck in the sun's gravitational pull. So in a particular passage in the Principia, Newton explains how essentially we could create another moon, how we could shoot up there another satellite. And using the technology that would have been familiar with people in the 17th century, he explains it like this. Imagine taking a cannon, and this cannon is labeled here on this image with V. And imagine that this is a very, very, very powerful cannon with a whole bunch of gunpowder that you could put into it. Now, you could fire the cannon once, cannonball fires out of the cannon, but eventually that cannonball, with its just relatively little bit of mass, it's going to be pulled by the Earth down, and we can predict, given the force that the cannonball was shot out of the cannon with, the mass of the cannonball, the mass of the Earth, exactly how far that cannonball is going to travel. So if you look here, it's labeled D, the first shot of the cannonball. Cannonball goes out, curves towards the Earth, hits the Earth, and gets stuck in the Earth. Pack a little bit more gunpowder into that cannon, which would enable you to fire that cannonball off with even greater force. It's going to travel farther. And this is labeled with E. And then a little bit more gunpowder, and we can and it gets fired off, and it's F. But hypothetically, you could pack enough gunpowder into this imaginary super cannon to blast that cannonball off with enough force that it never comes back down to Earth. It would have to be a massive explosion and shoot that cannonball off with such force that it would go up into outer space and begin orbiting our Earth like the moon. So Principia was published in the year 1687. It would not be until the year 1957 that Russians successfully sent an orbit or an object out into outer space to orbit the Earth. That, of course, famously was Sputnik. But Newton gave us the formula for how to get into outer space. And I just think this is fascinating because he does this. It's published in 1687, which is nearly 300 years before we humans had the technology to actually do what Newton said it's possible to do. And it's hard for me to think of another equivalent of this in the history of science. It would be like today somebody coming up with a formula for time travel, let's say. Like, it's theoretical that we can travel through time, and here's how we do it, but we just don't have the technology to do it yet. And 300 years later, then we developed the technology to do it. That's essentially what Newton did. His brain and his ideas were 300 years ahead of their time. And this is only one of the reasons why Isaac Newton is considered to be one of the greatest scientists in the history of humanity, and certainly one of the most important people that we need to know about for our course. Later on in life, Isaac Newton got another job with the government of Britain to be in charge of the Royal Mint. So he was in charge of coining money and to make sure that there was no counterfeit money in circulation. There was actually a lot of counterfeit money in circulation, and it was a big job going after the counterfeiters. But this was a perfect job for Isaac Newton, who was, after all, in secret, an alchemist. Isaac Newton is considered to be one of the co-creators or co-discoverers of calculus. If you actually study calculus at Upper Arlington High School, your version of calculus, what you're doing is not actually Isaac Newton's version of calculus. Your calculus is based more on the discoveries of Gottfried Wilhelm von Leibniz. He was a German mathematician, also highly influential and very, 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 very popular at the same time as Newton. But the calculus you're doing here today in an American high school, this is Leibniz's calculus, not Newton's calculus. What's the difference between their two forms of calculus? You're going to have to ask your math teacher about that. But Isaac Newton changes the course of history. This one man, this one lonely genius, he will change the way people think about everything. Now, the one thing Isaac Newton did for a little while anyway is get rid of all the anomalies in the standard paradigm of the 17th century. He explained how everything moved. But as history moves forward, eventually somebody discovers a problem in the Newtonian system, that there is an anomaly, and that this anomaly needs explained. This happens in the early 20th century, and with Albert Einstein, and the anomaly is light. Light behaves in its own weird way. Light does not seem to follow Newton's laws of motion, and Albert Einstein was dedicated at a fairly young age at trying to explain light. And isn't it funny, because light is the exact same thing that inspired Isaac Newton too when he was in his 20s. Albert Einstein, he became fascinated with light at the age of 16. Albert Einstein, with his very creative imagination, he came up with a question for himself, which is actually a very simple question that set him on the path of trying to explain light. And here was the question that Albert Einstein came up with when he was 16 years old. Here's the question. If you could sit on a beam of light and travel on that beam of light so that you're traveling at the speed of light and you held up a mirror in front of your face, would you be able to see your reflection? That was the question. Albert Einstein posed it at age 16. 10 years later, at the age of 26, he published a paper that would eventually earn him a Nobel Prize. Now, as I understand it, and guys, at this point in time, I'm way beyond my area of expertise. In fact, I'm an expert on none of this stuff. I'm just a history teacher who likes to tell the story of science. I don't actually understand the science. But as I understand it, today, the anomalies of the Newtonian universe are things that are very, very small and things that are very, very big. So for example, when you get down very small to the subatomic particles and you study quantum mechanics, things behave weirdly down there that don't seem to follow the Newtonian laws of motion. And then when you get to the really, really big and you talk about things like black holes, there too, things start to behave differently. And it's my understanding that trying to come up with a grand theory to explain the motion of things on all of these three levels, things at our level, things at the very, very small, things at the very, very big, establishing a grand theory like that, it was the birth of something called string theory, in which you have many, many, many dimensions, and things, so far as I understand them, get really weird. That's 20th and 21st century stuff, and I don't understand it. So let's go back to Isaac Newton in the 17th century. What Isaac Newton did was give everybody in Europe a new way of looking at their world. So prior to the Principia, if you looked out at your world and you saw a field like this with trees around you and maybe a few people walking around, and you wondered, well, what makes the grass grow? What makes the sun shine? What makes us, we human beings, animated? What makes us move? What makes any of this happen? Well, the answer was always God. This is God's creation. All of this is God's work. Birds do not fly without the blessing of God. Newton's Principia ended that way of thinking for at least a great many people. Now people would look at on this scene a field and with trees or anything, and they would think to themselves, all of these things, they are governed by mathematical laws, which we can discover. We can put our brains to work, we can make observations, we can make measurements, and we can come up with calculations that can explain everything. Just like Newton came up with a or a formula for gravity and laws of motion, we too can explain everything. So why does the grass grow? Why is the sky blue? Why does the sun move? Well, they already figured out the sun moving part. Why is the grass green? Why did the salmon swim upstream? All of these things can be explained by science. And that's what Newton did. Now, remember, Principia was published in the year 1687, which is 1 year before the Glorious Revolution, which was a major step in England democratizing. So I would like for you to think of those two events as being very important, that they happened like right next to each other. Newton's Principia, Glorious Revolution. Because now, as we go into the 1700s, the British people are mostly free. They have more freedoms than almost anywhere else in Europe. And they have a strong faith in thinking rationally, scientifically, mathematically. And this affects the culture as a whole. So we see this movement from one era into another. So if you're looking at your screen right now, the scientific revolution, which is what we're discussing right now, occurs over the course of the 1500s and the 1600s. From Copernicus's publication in the year 1543 to the Principia, which is published in 1687. That's the era of the scientific revolution, and it goes over the eras of religious wars and absolutism. And the scientific revolution was really led by a handful of individuals who were trying to better understand the way things worked. Some of them were famous, like Brahe a little bit, Copernicus a little bit, Galileo a lot. But then you get to Newton. Now, not a lot of people actually read the Principia, but its impact on society cannot be underestimated because of the general idea contained within Principia that mathematical laws govern everything. And we can use our brains and the power of science and the scientific method to discover those laws. That's the importance and the impact of Newton. He ushers in a whole new era called the Enlightenment. So a big contrast between the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment is essentially the number of people who subscribe to a more scientific way of looking at everything. The scientific revolution was a handful of academics, some of which were very popular, but it was still just a handful of academics. It didn't really influence the way ordinary people thought about themselves and where they were in the universe. So it doesn't matter if you're living in the middle of the 16th century during Copernicus's time or the 1670s before the Principia, people still thought of themselves as, for the most part, staying on the earth. The earth is the center of everything. The sun is going around us and God controls everything. But then when you get to the 18th century, the 1700s, people start to have faith in science and in rational thinking. And this idea that mathematical laws govern everything. And when the masses start thinking like that, and it's not everybody, it's not 100%, but when more and more people start thinking like that, they're going to start questioning traditional sources of authority, like the church, like the traditional structure of government. Newton's Principia, along with the Glorious Revolution in England, is encouraging people to be more free. And that's the era of the Enlightenment, which we'll be learning about in a future lecture. All right, one last scientist. Let's talk about this guy who really got Principia published. Edmund Halley. Thank you, Edmund Halley. First of all, if it wasn't for you, Isaac Newton probably never would have published Principia. Who knows how long it would have taken for those ideas to come forth, and which scientists would have done it, and where it would have happened. So we have Halley just as much as Newton to thank for the Principia, but Halley is important in his own right. Edmund Halley grew up really interested in astronomy. His dad had gotten him a telescope when he was a fairly young boy, and he spent a lot of time sort of in love with his telescope. Decides to make his mark on the world and get entrance into the Royal Society by creating a map of the stars in the southern hemisphere. So we're in Ohio in the northern hemisphere. When we look up in the night sky, we see pretty much the same thing you would see looking up in the night sky in England or in Russia, because they're in the northern hemisphere too. But if you travel in the southern hemisphere, you've got a different night sky. And the British are, of course, sailing all over the world at this point in time. It would be very helpful for navigation if there was an accurate map of the southern hemisphere's night sky, an accurate star map of the southern hemisphere. So Halley decides to make this map. So he sails down south to an island that the English have planted their flag on. It was an uninhabited island. It's a small island. It's probably about the size of Upper Arlington, if I could guess. Again, there were nobody there, so I mean, literally the British just claimed it as their own. It's technically part of Africa, although it's well off the coast of West Africa. The island is an important island to know because it comes up later in European history. This island is called St. Helena. So Halley gets a boat passage to St. Helena. He brings with him his telescope and other equipment so that he can live there for a year and map the night sky over the course of a year. And he does it, but it was a pain for him because what he didn't know about St. Helena was the weather is awful. It is a damp, wet, nasty little island. It's rocky, it's foggy, it's miserable. People who live in St. Helena, especially at this point in time in history, they're wet all the time. Their clothes are constantly soggy. It is not a pleasant place to live. But Halley suffered through and made a star chart. Here is this star chart, which you look at it, you look at this map of the southern sky, you're like, well, wait a minute, there's just a bunch of drawings of animals and such. Yeah, those are the constellations of the southern hemisphere that Halley identified. So it's kind of a weird map for a star map, but hey, there it is. And this gets him accepted into the Royal Society. Edmund Halley did spend a lot of time on boats and on voyages and on explorations, and he mapped the trade winds of the entire world. Again, this, along with a star chart for the southern hemisphere, you can understand how this would be very, very helpful for British sailors, and especially the Royal Navy, especially as the British in the 18th century are colonizing not only North America, but a lot of other places all over the world. But when we think of Edmund Halley, we tend to think of this, a comet. This is a picture of Halley's comet from the last time Halley's comet visited Earth, which was 1986, March of 86. And so because there's a comet named after Edmund Halley, one would think that a comet appeared in the sky and Edmund Halley saw it and discovered it, and it's therefore named after Edmund Halley. But this is not the case. What makes this comet significant and why it's named after Edmund Halley was because Edmund Halley helped to figure out what comets were. Because comets are such strange things. They seem to appear at random in the night sky. Cultures all over the world considered them to be portents of doom. If all of a sudden there was a comet up in the night sky, it meant something bad was going to happen. So here again is this shift of thinking that happens during the scientific revolution. Halley doesn't look at a comet like that. He thinks, okay, what could a comet possibly be? Can we take Newton's discoveries, Newton's laws of motions, Newton's theory or formula for gravity? Can we use these things to explain what a comet is? So a comet, just like a planet, orbits around the sun in an ellipse. So for Halley, this strips away some of the mystery of a comet. It's traveling just like a planet. And one way to think of the comet is it's sort of a really, really small planet. And a comet will spend most of its life way out in the depths of outer space, as just sort of a rock floating around out there. But then, because the sun has gravity, this little rock floating out there is pulled gently towards the sun. And then as it gets closer, as both Kepler and Newton could explain, it gets faster, falling and falling and falling towards the sun. And then when this 13 billion year old rock gets close enough to the sun, its surface starts to heat up. When it heats up, all the ice and dust that are on the surface of this rock begin blowing off, thus giving the comet an appearance of having this big furry tail, if I can describe it like that. But then, just like a planet, it goes around the sun, it gets blown back into outer space, eventually the tail goes away, and then it's just sort of another rock out there floating around until the sun begins to pull it back into it again with its gravity. But comets, according to Edmund Halley, follow the exact same pattern as planets. And therefore, just like we can predict the movements of planets, we can predict the movements of comets. Now, nobody in the history of humanity has ever been able to do this before. Comets are these kind of weird random things that appear in the night sky. Halley says, no, we can predict when they're coming. So he begins doing a bunch of historical research, trying to find a pattern for a single comet. Is there any documentary evidence of people reporting the appearance of a comet over the course of a fixed number of years? Because if he can discover that, hey, there's a comet that appears and we've got a record that exactly every 26 years or something like that, I'm just making that number up, that this comet has arrived, then we've got a pattern. That's the same thing. It's not just random. There's a pattern to it. Well, so he begins doing research, sifting through historical documents, trying to find evidence of when a comet appeared in the sky. Now, in English history, probably one of the most famous comets appeared in the year 1066, in the beginning of 1066, I think it was January. Because this is a big year in English history. This is the last time England was successfully invaded. If you remember, England had an Anglo-Saxon king, King Harold. The people of the English people were Anglo-Saxons. They were old Germanic tribes who took over the British Isles after the fall of the Roman Empire. And then there was a contest over the throne. And the Duke of Normandy, William the Conqueror, he's a Frenchman. He leads an invading force and takes over England in the year 1066. It's the last year England has ever been taken over, 1066. The Spanish tried to do it in 1588. The Nazis tried to do it in 1940, 1941, but they all failed. 1060 year was the big year. It also is what created the English language. I think I've said this before, but our English language is pretty much a combination of Anglo-Saxon, which is German, and Norman, which is French. You combine French and German together and pretty much get English. At least that's how it worked out historically. So this particular image is from the Bayeux Tapestry, which is actually an embroidery that was to be hung up in a church to explain to commoners who couldn't read exactly what happened in the year 1066, and it supposedly justified William the Conqueror, the Duke of Normandy, why he is justified in taking the throne from King Harold. And in it, there's a comet. There's an image of a comet that you see here. Written in Latin above it is, "The men are mesmerized by the star." So probably every English school child knew about this particular comet, which came to Earth in 1066. Or rather, we could see it from Earth in 1066. And Halley thought, okay, this is fascinating. Let's start with this one. And he noticed that there was an appearance of a comet in the night sky approximately every 75 years. And that 1066 was one of these years. So he's found a pattern. Now, what's really cool is he didn't just find the pattern of a year. He did enough research to find out where this comet was appearing in the sky, and he begins mapping the comet so that he can say, in the early 18th century, the next time this comet will appear will be the year 1759, and here's exactly when in 1759 it'll appear, and here's exactly, and this is the cool part, where in the night sky you'll be able to see it. He predicts this comet. He also never saw it. Edmund Halley died in the year 1742. But when 1759 rolled around, most of the scientists around the Earth were looking up at the sky, wondering, is this thing going to show up? Halley gave us a specific date and a specific place in the night sky where this thing was going to appear, and guess what? It appeared. And without hesitation, everybody named it Halley's Comet. The last time Halley's Comet visited Earth, the last time we were able to see it, was in March of 1986. I personally was in the 6th grade in March of 1986. I was a 6th grader at Hastings Middle School. And one night when we knew that the weather was going to be good, our science teacher set up a couple of telescopes in the field behind Windermere. So if you're familiar with Windermere Elementary School, you know that there's sort of a big playground area behind the school. And our science teacher thought that that would be a good place with not a lot of artificial light so that we could see up into the night sky fairly well. And he brought out a couple of telescopes and set them up so that we could one by one look at Halley's Comet. I was a 12-year-old kid. I always thought that comets would move fast. All the pictures that you see, it looks like they're just flaming through the night sky like a ball of fire. But of course, it didn't move like that. It's sort of fixed. And it was also a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. I thought this thing was going to fill up the night sky. I thought it was going to be as big as the moon, but it wasn't. So the the bratty kid that I was a little bit let down by Halley's Comet, but I still did get to see it. Chances are pretty good I won't ever get to see it again. The next time it's coming back is July of 2061. And that, Eurobears, ends my lecture on the scientific revolution. It was a long one. Aren't they all long, though? I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned a lot. I'll see you next time. Ready? So, Halley's Comet's coming back for the next time in the year 2061. If I live to see it, I'll be 87. And it's coming back in July of 2061. And July is when you were born in 2018, which means you will be 43 years old. You'll turn 43 years old in the year 2061. I wonder what the world will be like in 2061. How old will you guys be in the year 2061? If you see Halley's Comet, think of me. Thanks, Eurobears. Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.